As we start our adventure today, nearly about almost a couple weeks have transpired since the incident with House the Vogue and House Morokai, as the two of them duked it out outside of Deep Space 17. With the Ebon Expanse coming to a close, and really mainly the construction of the new Earthian homeworld is going on schedule. More and more supplies are being transferred to the new Unearthian, or to New Earth, or new. Can't talk now. A new Unearth. And most of the crew has enjoyed some relatively relaxing time and taken upon themselves to engage in some shore leave activities. With that, though, we will start with Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel.
Starting with me, that's never a good sign.
Yo, sorry. Oh, where did I put the music file at? Vogel, you find yourself standing in a room that seems somewhat familiar. It's dark. The consoles grow a bright red with a language you've never seen before, and on the view screen you see a world, somewhat maybe familiar. Maybe you've seen it across your travels or not, but it appears to be that of a world with very few land masses and mostly ocean on its surface.
Ocean is good.
Two men standing at the consoles, they look towards you, and you get a sense of dread coming over you. As suddenly your vision flashes, and before you you see more of the men that you saw on board the ship battling out in some sort of hall as destructive power comes forth from their hands as you walk ever so slowly towards a chest at the end of the hall. As you peer, as you feel a sense of your hands not your own, the chest opens and you grab a hold of what looks to be some sort of crystal. Suddenly you feel a sharp pain entering through your abdomen as you wake in a cold sweat in your quarters.
Computer lights. Then she'll walk over to a sink, splash water on her face. Wherever the bloody sink is at. And we'll say to herself, what the hell was that?
You get the odd sensation that you still feel like there's something like pain coming from like your abdomen, where in your nightmarish dream you felt that you were impaled by something.
I suppose I will lift up whatever layer of clothing she has on to see where the pain is at.
You find no marks or scars of any like.
Well then, she'll brush it off and head over to the replicator. And say, computer, tea, Earl Grey, warm. She'll grab the tea, head over to her couch area, and pick up a pad and really just check her messages, see what the day's schedule looks like, and then try to figure out what time it is.
Oh, 600.
And yeah, just go about the morning routine.
Meanwhile, Lieutenant Quinix, you step off the docking plank and back onto DS-17 as you arrive, as the expedition just completed its docking and is not ready to set back off. So anything that you wish to do before facing the music, shall we say?
I don't know what you're talking about. I will make my goodbyes to the crew, anyone from the expedition that walked me down the game plate, and I'll probably head down to my quarters to put up my bags before getting about my rat killing. So eventually he wants to drop his bags off back at his quarters, and then go find someone in engineering to have a look at that phaser that he confiscated while on trail.
You head towards engineering to have them take a look at the phaser. Any particular engineer you seek out?
Maybe not, but let me see who we have in engineering. Is there anyone in this engineering crew that actually might have experience with weapons? Might be better than any other at identifying this particular weapon and its origins. Not seeing anybody. Still not seeing anybody that would be necessarily appropriate. So I guess I'd random engineer, unless someone knows of one that has a focus in appropriate focus. I'm not seeing. Oh no, I will go see Chief Amathi. He has a focus in weapons engineering. I think he's also the one that's working on the modifications to that Orion ship for me.
If anyone wants to play Mathi, you're welcome to do so.
I will approach the chief and say, "Hey, chief, how goes the modifications to the Orion ship?"
Uh, Hanging in there, sir. On schedule so far.
Ah, fantastic. I got a question. Your file says you're familiar with weapons of all sorts of types. I found came across this particular holdout, this small uh, non-Federation phaser. I ran across this recently. Just wonder if you could have a look at it, see if you can identify it. Uh, Hopefully, maybe give me some idea of its origins. Uh, but if not, just gonna maybe give me some ideas of how it differs from, if if it differs any from Federation technology or design.
Of course, sir. What level of priority should I set this?
Get to it fairly quickly. It's not an emergency, so if there are important repairs and maintenance or other duties, don't set those aside for it. But as soon as you have a moment, your analysis
Well,
would be quite useful.
well, I was about to go on break. However, I can forgo that for now if you'd like me to take an initial look at it.
So what do you want?
I tell you what, you have a look at that. I'll go grab you some hot wings from the replicator. Sound like a deal?
As long as you add a pastrami and rye with those hot wings, it sounds perfect.
Very good. What do you want to drink?
A saucer of milk.
Fantastic. I'll go grab that while you have a look.
Thank you, sir. And I will forgo my break and heavily inspect this weapon.
Let's make this reason plus engineering or security difficulty 2.
I think I'm gonna go with the engineering. Would weapons engineering or diagnostics?
I'll take weapons engineering.
Uh, and this is your thing, Garibaldi, so how much threat, if any, should I use?
We got tea for the whole week. Do you need
Well,
anything?
If he's got bold engineering, then at least one. What was the difficulty?
2.
Just give him a threat so we can activate the bold engineering thing.
Done and done. And yeah, tea does sound pretty nice.
Well, my favorite thing was
Oh
is
my.
as I was deciding what to get Amathi for his break. It was about the time my wife asked what I wanted for food, and so I just worked my answer into the role play.
You know, inspiration.
Okay, so we have the situation here.
And he
This
just
character does not have a value, so I would say,
You can reroll using bold or one
oh,
dice.
that's, hey, look at that. This is the first time I've rolled with the character with bold. Thank you. Goes without saying. Uh, I'll let Garibaldi decide which reroll that was. It's his thing.
Well, certainly it would re-roll the complication. Certainly don't want to keep the complication.
That's what it is. Because I would have given you the opposite answer, so reroll the complication. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
I wouldn't want to keep the complication. This thing may become my backup piece.
Well, I don't know any of this.
Well, no, you don't. But I feel like the GM is typing some things that you will know.
Mayhaps he is, mayhaps he ain't.
Maybe he's typing the things that you don't know. Sometimes that's
I'm ready
important.
for I'm ready for my food now.
Garibaldi brings back a pastrami sandwich and buffalo wings, which is a odd combination.
Oh, that's okay. Amati's gonna ignore the wings at first and dig into the sandwich for a couple bites before stepping up his or before straightening up, as he says. Where, just out of curiosity, where did you find this?
Um, you don't want to know.
That's probably fair. It's well, quite frankly, it's run of the mill commercial weapon that really any civvy could get their hands on. Nothing really stands out about it except, well, and Amathi's gonna kind of magnify a little section on the console, and I'll say if you notice right here, uh, it looks like someone's gone through quite the pain to get rid of its ID markers, similar to filing off the serial number in the days of yore.
And that is
Big
exactly
no-no.
the last thing I wanted to hear.
Yeah, well, as I don't need to tell you, that's a big no-no.
Anything on this
However,
face that could be used to trace it?
um, thinking about it for a second, Malathi, Malathi will say, well, its commonality is both a boon and, well, quite frankly, an obstacle. Well, we can certainly trace the purchase of, uh, we can certainly trace the purchase of countless of these. Um, That being said, that's gonna get who knows, we're gonna have to find a needle in a haystack. That being said, I am under clear obligation and regulations that this weapon must be destroyed, sir.
I'll make sure that it's taken care of, Chief. Right now, it's evidence.
Quick out of character question because I wasn't around for the inception of Amathi. Are they suspicious? Is there any character notes that I should be aware of?
No, but you would have to file a report that Garibaldi is in possession of an illegal weapon for an investigation. It's to
Thank
cover
you.
his butt, essentially.
No problem. So I'll hand Garibaldi the weapon back and say, please see that you do. And I'll, as soon as I'm done with this sandwich, I'll send or I'll write out the report and I'll make sure to CC you on it.
Well, thank you, Chief. Appreciate your efforts are appreciated. Outside your necessary reports, though, keep this under your fur.
Oh, of course. Well, quite frankly, looking at the half a sandwich, I'd say if this wasn't so good, you might have had a problem on your hands, but I'd say you're safe on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. I got some more investigation to do, but thank you for your help. Garibaldi will go find his handy computer terminal in his office.
And Amathi will finish their sandwich and file their report.
Knowing that Amathi's going to do the right thing and follow a report, Garibaldi will send a note to Commander Arif, letting him know that he has confiscated a weapon during an investigation that occurred while he was on leave. That it's in his possession until he can find its original owners.
Yeah. Arif cares a lot less than Amathi, boss. He trusts you.
Wow. of the folks on the station that should not trust Garibaldi.
I trust Garibaldi to be Garibaldi.
Oh, that's fair. From there, Prax, Garibaldi's while he's at his computer terminal in his hidey hole of an office, the next thing he wants to do is start combing through the data that he borrowed from that clinic on Trill. He's specifically looking for a match to Kegu's genetic profile, whether it be a direct match or high probability of a parent.
Okay, I'll cut back to you on that here in a bit.
All right.
Dr. Mountain, are you with us?
Hi.
Doctor, I assume you gotta go down to the treasure enclosure for like your morning meal.
Yeah. I like to see the greenery and stuff.
As you're sitting down at your usual table, you're approached by someone.
Anyone I recognize?
Do not. I can find out where I now put the person. That'd be great. Sorry, a lot of folders, a lot of stuff. All right. Bonjour, Dr. Mountain.
Hello? Yes. How may I help you?
Oh yes, I wish to speak with you if you have a moment.
Sure. Have a seat. And who may you be?
I am Dr. Iris Satri.
Dr. Satri. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. I was hoping that I could pick your brain for a moment. Well,
Figuratively, I hope.
I have. Pardon me. I have traveled quite a long distance, and well, I'm part of a research group that is investigating something.
Yeah. I'm happy to collaborate. What do you got going on?
Well, your research paper on Borg technology was most fabulous, and it's been very helpful in ours. And I was hoping you wish to collaborate a little.
Tell me what's your project about?
I unfortunately cannot go into details.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to help you if I don't know what you're doing. But do you feel one of my expertise is to your liking? What about the my paper did you enjoy?
Specifically the cybernetics portion. I am a cybernetics myself.
Yes.
But
I might have seen your name on some of the papers I've Ready.
I was hoping you could, well, help me, and whatever information you do help with me would be classified.
That's about it.
You will not be able to speak with it with your superiors.
Interesting.
And I've hit a bit of a wall, and, well, a fresh mind is needed in this project.
Great. So tell me what you can tell me, I guess. Where is your lab?
My lab is on Earth. But,
Earth. I haven't been to Earth for a very long time.
well, we've gone a little bit more mobile lately, but your research facilities here on DS-17 should at least help a little bit. I brought several samples, but I cannot say anymore.
Sure. Okay, I just started eating. Care to grab a snack or a rest, and we can meet in half an hour or so?
Of course.
Great. So, do you hail from Earth?
Yes, I'm from
Which part?
France.
France. That's in Europe, right? Or is that Asia? I'm not sure.
It's in Europe.
Europe. Okay. So, great. I was wondering, perhaps you could explain a little bit about what your expertise is. You said cybernetics, but I guess in what avenue do you pursue? He's like in between eating, basically.
Mainly in things that the eye cannot see.
Yes. Perhaps a nanoscale item you speak of. Or do you mean subdural? Subdermal?
More along the lines of what enters the body and
Yes. You can't tell me what you're doing this for, but can you assure me that it's not going to escape the subject area lab that we're using? These are dangerous particles.
oh no, I did not bring any of those.
Oh,
It's
that's good.
this is more of more medical. It involves genetics. See,
Yes.
we found an anomaly, and it's quite unusual.
So you're talking Euler scale? Or
Genetics.
yeah.
I can at least tell you that much. You'll know more once we're in more secluded areas.
Sure. I think I've had plenty. You've piqued my interest. Well, let's go down to lab 3.
I'll get to my
This time of
things.
day.
I'll get to my things, Doctor. Thank you.
Where are you staying on ship? I'm in station. Or do you have a ship?
My ship is temporarily docked, but I'm staying here on the station.
And what was your ship again? Sorry.
I didn't say. I'll meet
What
you in
is
lab
your ship
3.
then?
I'll
Okay,
meet you in lab 3, Doctor.
fair enough.
And she walks off.
All right, I'm going to walk away and then tap my comm badge to Garibaldi. Garibaldi. This is Dr. Mountain.
Ah, doctor, what can I
Hi.
what can I do for you?
I hope I'm not interrupting lunch. I just had an interesting conversation with someone. I was wondering if you could do a quick check for me. They were reluctant to say which ship they docked with, but if you could, the person just walked away from the Arboretum area, and their name is Dr. Iris Satra. And I was wondering if you could discreetly tail them, at least to find out which ship they're on. They had an interesting question for me, and I'd like to know more about them.
You said a Dr. Ira Satra?
Iris, like I believe, like the plant, the flower.
And Satra, the last name.
Correct. Like Jean Paul.
I can look into it. Yeah, description for me?
I give the description. Women, French accent, brunette-ish, long shoulder length hair. Just using whatever was in the circle.
And what was it that she asked of you, Doc?
Well, I can't tell you anything specific yet because I don't have all the details. But it is medically related. But it also might be something of interest to to everyone eventually. But I can't say any more at the moment. But needless to say, I would like your attention on this.
I could do that for you, Doc, but I was this person Starfleet?
Did she have a uniform?
She was wearing civilian clothing.
You have civilian. So I'm uncertain, but she hails from Earth. That's why I'm asking you to get more information. I'll do my searches elsewhere.
Very well, Doc. I'll look into it for you. See what I can find out.
Thank you.
Anytime, Doc.
I'm gonna look through my records and see if I can find a doctor that's in public record.
You're going to attempt to search for the doctor in public record?
Like medical journals and Starfleet and that kind of stuff. Anything that I might have heard of in her field.
Uh, give me reason plus con difficulty 2.
All right. I will take a threat for a die. I assume I don't have any focuses that would apply.
You don't find anyone under that name.
Even though I succeed.
Right, you find a whole bunch of irises. But
No Satrids. Or not comboed.
yeah, not combo.
All right. I'll note any of the cyberneticists and add them to the potential pile. And then I'll meet her in
Any
Lab 3.
any other questions in terms for your search?
Um. Send a request to ops to see about crew manifests of currently docked ships.
Well, no, like in
But-
terms of the medical search, that's a completely different search.
That's right. No, I don't have any momentum to.
No, I'm giving this to you like you ask questions and I'll give it to you, so you succeeded. You're just not finding like the name
Not
listed.
about her.
Yeah.
Maybe cross-reference with anything related to nanite technology or similar to Borg technology. Is there anyone that narrows that down, that criteria down? Or?
On your computer console, you notice it's flagged. All related board research is classified.
Does it mention any people
No,
or initials?
no.
All right. Then I can't think of anything else. That's why I got Garibaldi on it.
All right. Before I go to Garibaldi, I'm gonna go over to Commander Arif, who I assume is an ops.
Yes, sir.
Commander Reef, it is the early morning as the Alpha shift is kind of strolling in, taking their spots. What are you doing?
Probably sitting down, kind of watching the crew congregate, probably on second cup of coffee by now. You know what? No, scratch that. In honor of Garibaldi, Arif is gonna have tea today. He's gonna switch it up.
That's
Go
probably
for
actually be the door chime.
enter.
Good morning, Commander Arif. I'm hoping I can have a moment of your time.
Uh, of course. Sit down. Arif says as he kind of mentally tries to place the woman.
Right. Sorry. She kind of looks at you like realizing. Sorry. Kate Chambers with Federation News Network.
Ah, yes, Miss Chambers. If I remember correctly, we had quite the productive discussion last time.
Oh, well. I'm doing some research for an article I'm writing, and I'm hoping you can maybe shed a little light for me on this. Have you ever heard of the Omega Directive?
Um, uh, you mean, yes, actually, Arif says, kind of scratching his head. I think it was a character from an old Earth story, actually. I don't think it was Omega Directive. I think it was Omega Prime.
Um, no, Commander, that's not what I'm referring to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I somehow misunderstand? Do you have anything else with which that could possibly help me. You have to understand, I'm pretty old, and there's a lot of stuff in here.
Look, Commander, like everyone I've talked into Starfleet who seems just to not have heard of it or just completely gives me the runaround. And I'm trying to decide whether or not it's the latter part with you.
Snapping my fingers, I'll say, I don't think this is what you're talking about either, but there was a couple times ago that I was on Earth, there was a watchmaker, Alpha and Omega. That was quite lovely. Um, as to the runaround, I would I would if I may just for 1 second, just because, well, quite frankly, in a past life, I thought that I might want to dabble in reporting. When people do constantly give you the runaround like that, how do you kind of persist? Do you end up just dropping the story, or do you kind of, is that what makes you kind of dig your heels in? Like, I'm just honestly curious. It's a world I just don't know anything about.
The latter portion. Okay, I guess I'll try my luck with the Admiral. Thank you, Commander.
Of course, and if you find anything out, please let me know, and I'll be happy to you know give you an exclusive if I can.
Well, you can read my column when it's published.
I don't miss a week.
She just smiles at you before exiting your office.
Uh, Arif's gonna chuckle to himself for a moment, and has Vogel um gotten up tops yet?
I don't know. Has she?
If it's normal routine stuff, yeah.
I'm calling her in.
Wish to see me, sir.
Yes, please have a seat, please. Um, I assume you remember Miss Chambers?
In passing, I haven't had the pleasure to speak with her as you have.
Of course. Now, I want to preface this by saying I have no direct information, so, well, I think it's best that this entire conversation happens in a hypothetical realm, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
Well, Miss Chambers has just asked me, well, quite frankly, she seems to be asking the crew about something very specific, which is called the Omega Directive. I don't think we need to go into it exactly at the moment, though that's certainly a conversation for a later day. Um, but putting two and two together, I'm guessing that, well, quite frankly, she's got some information that she shouldn't, and I'd like you to make sure it's known that, well, I think she's used to people giving her the runaround, and I surely wouldn't want to disappoint her expectations. So make sure our crew knows to do just that.
Do you suspect we have a leak, sir?
Well, Whether it's us, I don't know. I can tell you for one thing for sure is no one on this station has um done anything to warrant that level of scrutiny on something that specific. And you know what? I think you deserve to know. So I'm gonna spend the next couple minutes breaking Starfleet protocol immensely and filling Vogel in on what it actually is.
Feel free to completely roleplay that out. I'll give you even the link to it.
Okay. Well, Commander, um, a number of years ago, Starfleet attempted, well, a private researcher attempted to well look for an extreme energy source. Uh, they found one in the omega particle, which, quite frankly, pound for pound, makes antimatter look like a matchstick, if that. Um, and, well, quite frankly, it was so destructive that even a couple molecules, uh, when they destabilized in the initial tests, created such such an amazing explosion that it essentially warped and collapsed subspace. I believe you've heard of the Lantaru sector.
Of course. Warp
And,
travel there is impossible.
well, Commander, now you know why. And in response, Starfleet classified pretty much everything under Omega and, well, quite frankly, locked the information um, captain and above. And, well, funnily enough, I've never had the opportunity to test whether or not I have access to it, being a commander. Uh, it helps to have been around firsthand when it happened. That's why I feel a little more that it reasonable about telling you what's going on. Now, if I had to guess, someone's been screwing with Omega, and there's limited ships in the area, and well, quite frankly, the Ebon Expanse has fixed itself. So I think we can all put two and two together there, but let's make sure that Miss Chambers comes up with 5.
Are you suggesting someone has actually figured out a way how to stabilize these particles and use it?
I'm suggesting that, well, yeah, I guess I am. It's interesting, actually. I have to admit, I'm a little curious myself. Something like this is, I don't know. Maybe once things settle down a little bit, we'll take a little field trip out there. It isn't hideously far away, and well, we will satisfy both of our curiosities.
I'll admit it would be quite a scientific discovery if these were to actually exist somewhere.
And I think the Vogel discovery would look pretty good on a letterhead.
I could see it now. I'll be hounded from every scientist from here to Alpha Centauri.
And Miss Chambers. But so I think then why don't we do this? Current plan? Let's make sure Miss Chambers, well, doesn't get any footholds. And then after that, you know what? Let's go find out if she even has any footholds to grab.
If she's asking you directly, could be safe to say that somehow this directive was leaked to her.
Um,
But
could
why is this
I?
directive not known more widely?
Well, with great power comes great responsibility. If you knew there was a molecule capable of really ending all energy dependency, uh, would you be tempted to experiment to perhaps bring the light to the people, as it were?
I do suppose you have a point.
Yeah, if there's one thing that you gain or wisdom teaches you, it's that, well, uh, people are not well cut for great responsibility, and certainly not great power.
Scientific aspirations aside, think of the how it could be used if it was used as some type of weapon.
It is a weapon. It just simply happens to help before it explodes.
So, Mr. West, how should we handle Miss Chambers?
Stifling a stifling chuckle. Um, I'll turn out to look out of the window for a moment before turning back and saying, "Well, I think I don't want to do anything to tip her off, so I think it's business as usual. Um, so let's all treat her as well as possible, I suppose, and give her as much superfluous information as we can. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we can talk up the Inerthian evacuation. That might make for some good quotes.
I mean, after all, that is our official mission.
Indeed. Well, Miss West, it seems like you've got a mission.
Business as usual.
I will be here if needed.
And Vogel will get up and start heading toward the exit.
Arif will not bother. Arif doesn't really bother to dismiss people anyway. So, um, Arif will. What will Arif do? He'll. You know what? He'll catch up on some of the duty logs and see what's been going on some of the ships in the area.
Expedition, all redacted.
Oh, that's fair. He's really just checking up on his ex, but it would be weird to say that.
What is Vogel doing?
Business as usual.
Business as usual. Got it.
I was going to remind everyone of their operational security, but then it occurred to me if we're trying not to tip her off that we suspect a leak or something, we wouldn't want to inform the crew so that they would not act weird around her.
Or the fact that none of the crew should know about it to begin with?
That was the other thing, is that since none of the other crew know about it, I don't really have to worry about it. Hence why I'm not reminding them.
All right. We'll head over to Garibaldi real quick. You're looking up a lot of information, so where do you want to start with first?
I'll start with your buddy will start with the doctor's request. See if he can find record of the station of this Iris Satra person.
Reason con. Are you going to do like intelligence stuff or?
I think he would start with just a base record search. The doctor didn't tell him enough to suspect that he needs to go through
Okay.
his other channels.
This is gonna be a reason con difficulty 4.
Difficulty 4, you say?
Yes.
Research for a focus.
Sure. I'll take that.
And I'll give you a 3 threat for 2 extra dice, and hope I don't need any rerolls. Huh. Well, at least none of them were complications.
Yep. Would you like to retry with determination spin? Are you gonna let it stand?
I suppose that just comes back as no record found or
No record found.
user error.
No, there is no record found. What it comes back as.
Finding that interesting, Garibaldi will now switch to Starfleet intelligence and security logs. Actually, I think the first thing we do is before that, because the doctor did tell him where he ran into this person, and so he's going to go into the security footage for that area and see if he can pull an image of the woman, and then run it through facial recognition through the security systems.
Okay. Let's make this a control security to get the image difficulty 2.
Okay. We'll give you a threat, so I can activate bold. We take security systems for a focus.
Sure. Gain a momentum. And I assume now you're going to cross-reference that photo through the Starfleet database.
Yes.
Reason plus security, or con difficulty 3.
All right, I'm gonna do the security version. I spelled research wrong on my character sheet. Will you take research spelled correctly as a focus?
Or 400, sure.
It's a difficulty 3, so I will give you the momentum and 2 threat.
I like my threat.
Son of a gun.
Rolls are not with you tonight.
No, the force is not with me today.
Do you wish to succeed at a complication? Oh, sorry, at cost or a complication.
Yeah, I'll succeed at cost. I think for Garibaldi, the more roadblocks he runs into, the more he's like, now I'm curious. Can I determine the nature of her research?
It's a separate roll. Sorry.
That's fine. He will be looking. He'll pull. He will go to the computer to pull her. To pull the good doctor's Vita and what he can find about her current research. Now that he has a name, he's going to check it. Because I'm thinking, because obviously because of the character, I'm thinking Babylon 5. But this station does have like the Starfleet equivalent of customs, right? We do keep records of who comes on and off the station.
Sort of, but yeah.
All right. So he's going to go back through the security files to see if there's any record of this woman being coming onto the station, and see if we can find what ship she came in on. Interesting. Garibaldi's gonna hit his comm badge. Looks like Garibaldi, Dr. Mountain.
Go for Mountain.
Doctor, I've been looking into that.
As you're talking to Dr. Mountain, you hear a chime at your door.
Sorry, Doc. Stand by. Come.
The door opens. I do not have. We'll just say, person in a Starfleet uniform enters. Lieutenant Garibaldi Quinix.
Right. Can I help you? I'm in the middle of something at the moment.
Yes, that's what we need to talk about.
Do tell.
Kind of just takes a seat.
Doc, I'm gonna have to call you back, and Garibaldi will close the channel.
Garibaldi,
And while he's tapping the badge, he will activate the auto recording function of his badge. Go ahead.
You need to drop your search on Dr. Sautry.
Why would I want to do that?
She
Yeah,
works
honestly,
for us. That's all you need to know. Her research is extremely important to Starfleet and the Federation. And if our enemies were to get wind of it, especially on this old rugged bolt, oh well, it'd be problems for Unicorn, especially that little trip you took to Trill.
Now, see, now you got some curiosity, friend. Who do you mean by us?
Just saying, you could have friends in high places. Let the doctor help Dr. Sautry. Good for his career and for you. And he just walks out. He just exits.
Huh. Now that's interesting. Everyone's going to flip through a schedule. When's the next command staff briefing? Meet.
I don't know. When did you guys set it?
Well, I was thinking out of character is if Garibaldi goes and immediately contacts the commander, that may go sideways for him. And then he'll sigh and think, I guess it's the time I report back from leave. And we'll go. Everybody will go in search of his XO.
And just as you're about to leave your quarters, you get another chime at your door.
Everybody shakes his head. This is becoming a real common occurrence. Come in. I'm decent at the moment.
I didn't mean to intrude.
Can I help you?
Um, you seem like a guy who knows things, and I have a particular issue. I'm hoping you could help me solve it.
I know that I got to go down to the cafeteria as soon as I report into my XO and probably wash dishes for another week. What else do you think I might know?
Okay, I'm doing a research. I'm doing a little research on my own, and she just kind of looks at you. Kate Chambers, Federation News Network. We've talked. Remember, like, been a little bit.
It has. It has. How have you been, Miss Chambers?
Peachy. I mean, I have a couple articles, but this one's really sticking out for me, and I've run into a little bit of a roadblock, and I'm hoping maybe you would do your fellow Federation citizens a off the record. Well, it's not off the record. Completely anonymous. What do you know about the Omega Directive?
The what?
Omega Directive?
I've never heard of such a thing. What do you think it is?
I don't know. You tell me.
I understand I have a reputation for obfuscation, but in this case, I truly have no idea what you're talking about.
Wow, an honest answer for once. Sorry to bug you.
Why are you looking into them? I mean, what's the story? I mean, if I know more about what you're looking into,
You can read in my column. I'm sorry. It's just you'll have to read my column.
You sure you don't want help in your investigation?
Not unless you want to get court-martialed. If
No,
they figure it out.
that was last week.
Oh, okay.
Some of that stuff with the Klingons a couple weeks ago. Now that was my fault. Probably shouldn't tell you about that either. Are you sure you don't want to help? I mean, if you're investigating something that could get me court-martialed for talking to you about it, you sure you're not in a little over your head?
You know what? This is a pretty big story in itself. So sorry to bug you. Good luck in whatever you're doing. And
Don't get yourself hurt.
if I go missing, I'll blame you.
Nah, everyone else does.
And she walks off.
Now I'm just going to hit my comm badge and Lieutenant Garibaldi to Commander Vogel.
Go ahead.
Hey Vogel, Commander, you got a moment? Had some stuff come up with while I was on leave. Really need someone to talk to. You got some time?
I suppose I could find a few minutes.
No, appreciate it. Maybe someplace quiet?
Sounds perfect.
Garibaldi will name some out of the way. Actually, like one of the parks on that part of the station. Maybe one of the more unpopular ones, if there is one.
I mean, the safest spot is to go to the planet's surface if you really want to be secluded.
I think that would draw a lot of suspicion. Garibaldi just having a walk through the park with his CO talk about how much he regrets his actions and wanting to apologize to his XO in private. is fairly believable. Garibaldi will make tell her that part, and hey, Garibaldi has a conscience. I mean, it's really small and it's hidden, but if you look really careful, it's in there. One of his previous hosts. Ah, Commander.
Garibaldi, what was so urgent?
Yeah, he really is going to take a look at his surroundings to make sure he can have this conversation without being overheard.
Ooh. Let's go with insight security.
If he gets the complication, can Arif be hiding in the bushes?
Be one of them. Difficulty 3, complication range 3.
Son of a gun. All right. Be that way. Which of my values will this work for? He has no faith that this is a private conversation, so he's going to try to verify it. Will you take that stretch, GM?
Which value?
Take nothing on faith, verify everything.
Sure.
That's a stretch. You take it.
I'll take it.
Oh. Then I'm going to spend towards that. Give you 2 threat for the 3rd die. Espionage for a focus.
No.
That's worth a shot. All right, come on, dice. Garibaldi needs new shoes. We'll go ahead and re-roll the 1 and fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
2 momentum gained. You noticed that you were being followed, but you managed to sort of duck and then eventually meet up with Vogel.
Yes, need to have this conversation off the record, Commander, but if anybody asks, I am in the process of begging for my forgiveness over what happened with the Klingons. Okay?
And she'll just give out a sigh. Make it quick.
2 curious things have happened to me today. One, the doctor asked me to look into someone who had approached him, a Dr. Isis Satra. And, well, you know what my resources are like, Sarah. Took me a while. I was able to identify her, then could find no record of her being on the station, even though the doctor had met with her, and I saw her on the security footage. We have no record of her being on the station or arriving on any of the ships that are currently docked. So I went to, and here's the second strange thing that's happened to me today. I went to contact the doctor because I was going to grab him and then bring him to you and Commander Arif. And somebody, I think, from my side of the fence showed up in my office before I could talk to the doctor, and told me to back off my investigation. said it would be best for the Federation and Starfleet if I just let the doctor do whatever, Dr. Mountain, that is, do whatever this Dr. Satra has asked him to do. And then the person left before I could get any details. Didn't say who they were, just said it would be best for us. Wouldn't give me any identification, not a name, not even really clarify who us is.
What is it they asked the doctor to do?
The doctor wouldn't tell me. Now here's I guess the third interesting thing, because you remember how in my story I was interrupted trying to talk to the doctor by Mr. Mystery Person. So then I decided just to come and find you. And before I could get out of my quarters, a reporter showed up at my door, one that I've developed a relationship with. And she asked me a question for which I could honestly tell her I had no idea what she was talking about. And when I asked her if she wanted help investigating and looking into it and trying to get some more information, her response was, "Not unless I wanted to get court-martialed." Which, I've had my I've committed my court-martialable offense for this quarter of the year, probably. And so I'm bringing all of this to you as my XO because something fishy's going on. I don't know if those two things are connected, but
Is it just me, or has everyone taken crazy pills today?
I forgot my crazy pills on the expedition, man. But I figure if this reporter is looking into something that would get me court-martialed if I looked into it, maybe she's putting herself in danger. I figured I better tell somebody, and you got elected. That's what happens when you miss staff meetings.
Noted.
Of
Well,
course,
clearly, in response to your first two situations, you should obviously find out who this person is, how they got into my station, and what they want. In terms of Miss Chambers, I mean, she is a journalist, and if she thinks she has a lead, there's not much we can do about it. Freedom of the press and whatnot.
well, that's your call. I just want to let you know because I'm a little concerned. She's a nice lady, a little pretty. Seemed a little hairy.
Garibaldi, with all your experience and all that you know, things I don't want to know where you get it from, if you've never heard of this thing, then clearly there's nothing there, right?
If you say so, Commander. You telling me I shouldn't be curious about whatever this thing the reporter's looking into?
You should just use your discretion if you're that worried about it. Safety of the station and whatnot comes paramount, of course. But let's try not to cross any lines this time.
Of course. Remember, I've already committed my court-martialable offense for this year.
I really don't want this to become a monthly thing.
I said year. I mean, it's me. Don't worry. Think of it this way. If I was really up to something shady, I wouldn't have brought this to you.
And I appreciate that.
What do you want me to do about Dr. Mountain? Because I get the feeling that he may be in over his head. I mean, he is a pretty upright doctor. I hate to see him get in my kind of trouble. You know what I mean?
How shady did you feel this contact was? The one that threatened you?
The one that came to me, my first thought was that he was intelligence, but I don't know him.
Well, perhaps that is another mystery you can solve. Seems to me like you have two people to figure out the identities of and how they got aboard my station. If at the very least, it should keep you out of trouble.
Sure. Okay. I'll do so. Now, I'll trust you to tell Commander Reef whatever it is that you think he needs to know.
With you, Garibaldi, I haven't the slightest idea of what you're talking about.
Right. But if I'm going to have the free time to look into these things, maybe it's best that my begging worked.
Your what?
My begging for forgiveness over the other thing. It's hard to conduct an investigation while I'm washing dishes.
I still expect you to show up for your duty rosters on time, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. It was worth a shot.
Because if Miss Chambers is looking at you suspiciously, it might be best to maintain a reference of normal day-to-day operations. It might even help you in your whatever it is you actually do. It's good to have a cover.
Of course, Commander. We'll, then I shall get back to it. Thanks for meeting me. Really wish the begging had worked. I mean, I'm just not made to have dishpan hands.
Well, maybe next time you'll think before almost starting a intergalactic war.
Sure. Next time I'll plan more carefully. Got the message. See you later, Commander.
And Vogel will just shake her head as he walks by.
I think from there, Garibaldi will actually do what he was told, change into his dishwasher outfit, and go do what he's supposed to be doing, keeping an eye out for whoever it was that was tailing him earlier.
All right. Dr. Mountain, what are you doing? And you just got abruptly. Mr. Garibaldi did not contact you back, and you're scheduled to meet with Iris.
I'll go to Med Lab 3 that I sent her to, and I'll send a quick text message, question mark, to Garibaldi.
Bonjour, doctor.
Bonjour. How are you today?
So you are willing to work with me?
Yes, I am interested in what you have to offer. I won't contact my superiors about this.
Wonderful.
But if it does endanger the station or the Federation, then I will probably have to say no. But otherwise, I'm intrigued.
I assure you no harm will come to the station or the Federation.
And the members therein, I hope.
Of course.
Well, come right over here. We can work on the station. I don't know what you need for equipment. Did you bring any tools with you or anything like that?
Yes, and then she enters some data into the computer after she pulls in an algorithm and it locks the actual, like, sort of encrypts all the data coming out of this room.
Sure.
As you can see here, we have several genetic samples taken from various species involving Borg regeneration. Apparently, there is a genetic anomaly that develops and it prevents the regeneration cycle.
Interesting. And then these are X-Borgs, XBs, whatever. I don't know what they are, former Borgs.
It was information taken from a data cube on board a Borg sphere.
Oh, so there's some sort of genetic resistance to regeneration. Interesting.
Along with other abnormalities developed. We found some that developed in the maturation chambers for Borg infants.
So, do you know if the being was a child born there or was taken from their homeworld or whatever? But is that just a certain species, or
I assume
across species?
It is across species, but it is assumed that they were born there. Unfortunately, there are no living samples.
I understand.
I was merely picking your brain about the genetic abnormality, and potentially some of this Borg technology could eventually make its way down to the medical departments for healing or otherwise.
Yeah, when I did have a chance, Lieutenant Elena 4, when I was on the Tenchi, I had a chance to scan them. I don't know if they have that genetic marker that you're speaking of, but I did have. I'm not sure where their whereabouts are now, but there might be someone who we could possibly get into. But I have been asked not to go too much further in this research, but I welcome the opportunity right now. Do you mind if I take a look at your data?
Of course. It's all here in the terminal.
Great. So I'm going to cross-reference information that I already gathered from my scans with whatever they have here to see if there's anything similarities to the abnormalities. But otherwise, I'll just research what they have going on here.
Give me reason or insight medicine, difficulty of 3.
Genetics as a focus?
Yes.
And I will... 3. Can I get an assist from the computer? This is sort of a med bay, right? Medical area.
Yes, but there'll be an increased complication.
So can I just decrease the difficulty by 1, or is it an assist?
Well, no. So you're working alone, so you don't have your advantage here.
Oh, okay, so then it'll be just an assist by the computer.
It'll be assisted by the computer, but the computer has an increased complication range.
But I don't.
You don't, but the computer does.
Okay, that's fine. And I will take. I'll spend the 2 momentum and 1 of the threat for 2 dice. I want to get this right.
Get the 2 momentum back so far. I just need someone to roll the station's computer's medicine.
Do I want to do that, or I can do that?
Doctor, going through the research for where you cross-reference like data you still have left over from Element 4, she does not have the genetic abnormality. Speaking of, from what you can see is, she either didn't develop it or this genetic anomaly only appears if the Borg is born when the parent is already assimilated. Is your underlining guess on the matter. But doesn't appear to be, the genetic abnormality doesn't appear to be an aftermarket of being assimilated.
Okay, so it's not specifically that, but it could be.
AKA the parents already had to been, or in this
The guys
case,
have already the genetic marker. Is there any way to simulate the genetic abnormality in a current sample, say for LN04, because that's the only information or data I have. So is there, maybe I can do some sort of simulation or whatever to see if there's a way to either create the genetic marker within the structure or see if there's a way to reverse it to be more similar to a non-abnormal. So maybe, yeah.
this sounds like we're getting to like scientific method. Like,
Science!
obviously you're working alone on this, so
Can I get an assist from her?
yes, you'll have an assist from her.
Okay, that's fine.
Um,
Computer thing, if I can.
the computer will assist in an increased complication. But yeah, you need to give me 3 to 5 focuses, or not focuses, or like at least ideas of how the. So I'm assuming you're going for like how this abnormality is formed.
Yeah.
Okay. So you need to give me at least 3 to 5 hypotheses of what it could be, like how it's formed.
Repeated use of nanotechnology, the nano regeneration things. Specific genetic markers within certain species. Let's see. Could be some sort of introduced virus or retrovirus that could affect the genetic markers, maybe similar to what happened to the Anerthians. And can I think of any other ones? How about doctor? I should know these things. What could be another one? Maybe it's a birth defect associated with children born into the collective.
That's 4. Is there another one?
I just got to 4, man.
Well, it could be 3 to 5. You need at least 3.
I got 4. That's halfway there. Can I phone a friend?
I mean, any player here could help you come with ideas. So it's just, unfortunately, I'm limiting you on the actual search.
Certainly.
And currently there is 2 momentum, just FYI.
I would just try to keep it to a 3. Increases your odds of picking the right one.
Okay. Which one would you drop then?
Well, I wouldn't drop one, let's say. I would just remove one, and then if it's none of those, put that one back in and come up with 2 new ones.
We'll remove repeated use for now. 'Cause it seems like that almost all of them have repeated use consonants. It might not. So yeah, we'll use those 3.
It is one of
Clarify,
these.
for virus, do you mean genetic, the biological virus or computer virus?
Retrovirus. What did you say?
It's one of these.
It is one of these. Hey, perfect.
So now you have a 1 in 3 shot as opposed to a 1 in 4 shot of guessing
That's
which one's
true.
right.
Up to me, 7%. 8%. Let's see. So I would say I'm gonna try the genetic one first. That focus and way to determine if that is it or not.
Okay, so you're going with it's potentially a host genetic issue?
Yeah.
Go with reason medicine. And I cannot tell you the difficulty. And I will take genetics as a focus.
Okay. I'm going to spend a momentum for a die.
Keep in mind, you do not gain momentum off scientific method rolls, just so you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm just doing. But I just want to trigger cautious. Halfway there. And then I'll trigger cautious. Oh, man.
Oh, double comp. So far 2.
I got rid of 1 count.
And a complication.
Oh, dear. Thanks, computer. Can I get an assist from her?
You're welcome.
I already rolled the assist. She got
Oh,
a
you did?
0.
Yeah. She's on a Dr. Truly has 2.
Roll. It's next roll for the complication is an increased complication range for all rollers. So ship is at comp 3, and your Iris is at comp 2, and you're at comp 2.
I'm gonna spend that momentum as well. And who? You tried.
Count 7. Is that right? 2.
So
Yeah,
far,
7. 7 so far. Do you wish to continue down this path?
Yes. I'll go a little while. I'll spend a threat. Is the complication range still up or not?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now we roll one of these zeros.
You can't reroll with bolt.
What?
You have cautious medicine, right?
Oh, shit.
Anyway, that's currently 9.
I'll do it one more time with that extra threat. I'm going to double digits. And complications.
11 work.
Well, at least the station's being consistent in its lack of
That's true.
helpfulness.
A lack of empathy. Yes, I'll stop.
And I'll
Yeah,
come back to that
complication.
I will come back to the complication elsewhere as we go to operations. And we're ready to scene change. And by this point, Vogel, I think you've come back up at the ops after your visit with Garibaldi. Do you have anything you wish to report to the commander? You have a chime at your office door. Commander Reef.
Enter.
Oh, who's at the door?
The Admiral.
Captain Admiral Keller. What can I do you for?
He kind of just flops over in the chair. Computer, disable all recording devices. Color Alpha Tango 611.
I'm sorry, Admiral. Repeat that.
He just turned off the listening devices in the room.
Oh, okay. So it's going to be one of these conversations.
So I take it Miss Chambers already spoke to you.
I think she did. Has someone been dicking with Omega?
You know I can't answer that.
I mean, you can, you just won't, but it's okay. It's pretty obvious. Anyways, what's going on?
She's pretty. Whatever she's got, it's maybe nothing, maybe enough. But she's definitely asking a lot of questions.
Well, she's. I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm reluctant to say this, but let her keep asking questions.
Well, of course. No one really knows anything unless you want to inform me otherwise.
I would, however, like you to keep tabs on her and figure out what she knows. Discreetly.
I'd be happy to do so, sir.
Here, I thought I would have to deal with the damn directive. All right, Commander. Station duty is as it is. Computer, resume recording. I expect those reports to be handed to me at the end of your duty shift, Commander.
There shortly after, Admiral.
And he just nods and walks out of your office. Very slowly. And discreetly, like, I don't want to deal with this crap.
Well, that's why he has me. And I kind of feel like I've already put in appropriate measures, so I think I'm just going to I'm gonna continue doing reports. And I'm very sorry, but I'll be right back because I've gotten a phone call.
Volko, what are you up to?
I was just going to tell the commander of some of Garibaldi's exploits.
You notice the admiral walked into Commander Reef's office and kind of sit down and get the impression the admiral's not like happy about something, but he's not yelling at her.
I'll go in a few moments after the admiral leaves.
Fortunately, someone went AFK. So,
Well,
I think Reef had a phone call. So,
oh,
out of the game. And guess we'll check in with Garibaldi real quick. What are you doing, Garibaldi, besides washing dishes?
Yeah, not much he can do if he's just washing dishes. He's waiting for his shift to be over so he can go back and go back to doing the other things.
What other things are you wanting to do?
Oh well, got a list of those things. I want to set the station security cameras to keep basically I want to set an algorithm in my connection to the station security cameras and sensors to keep me a log of where Dr. Ira Satra is and where she goes, and of any computer terminal she accesses. I want to do a deep background check on her. I want to take the audio recording I made from my little visitor and run it through voice recognition through Starfleet intelligence files. Oh yeah, and eventually I got to get around to running that DNA check on that those files I stole on Trill, comparing it to Kegu.
Which one do you want to do first? I also love how you guys keep mispronouncing her name.
Well, that's what we do.
Orwell Redenbacher?
Sartre? Yeah.
Sautry.
Sartre. Look, I can't even pronounce the names of my students in real life. At least I'm not calling. Not at least I'm not calling her porn girl.
I feel like Prax and I just had this conversation too about how we're both horrible at pronouncing names.
We did on Sunday.
I will. Let's see. Probably the highest priority of those three items is setting the algorithm inside the security cameras. Not only do I want to set the algorithm, I want to hide any traces that I've done it.
Control plus engineering difficulty 2 to create the algorithm, and then daring engineering. And you're going to tell me what difficulty you're going to set.
I knew that was coming. So difficulty 2 for the first thing.
Yep.
Doctor spent all the momentum.
And I'm hoping get the doctor some because he might need it.
Well, I'm gonna give you a threat. Not that I have bold for this, but take espionage for this or security systems.
I'll take security systems at an increased complication.
Okay. Ooh.
Gain a momentum. You setting the difficulty for the next one, which is a daring plus engineering.
Good golly.
Whoa.
Again, I'm going to ask security systems or espionage for the focus.
Yes.
Okay. Um, question. Uh, no, I'm not going to ask that. I think I can predict the answer. That's going to be no, because I would have said no to that. I'm going to attempt to set the difficulty at 3 and hope the dice hate you as much as they hate me today. Give you a threat. Try to get the doctor some more momentum. Oh,
Gaining momentum, so my difficulty is 3. Got it. All right. You've done that. I'll let you do one more task.
okay.
And let's see, you want to do any role play.
Yeah, I'm kind of by myself, so tough for that. I'm not ready to track people down yet. Garibaldi is going to start into the deep dive on Satra's background. No, I changed my mind. I want to do the voice recognition check on my visitor. I think it'd be better if I'll figure out if I got to prioritize that. I think I got to figure out who my visitor was. Yeah, final answer.
Give me reason plus con difficulty of 5.
Son of a gun. On and not engineering. Not that it'll make a difference. They're both 3 for me, but I don't know why I'm asking. It feels like I keep doing this. So does part of this involve? No, I guess it doesn't. Trying to think of a value I can call back to pick up a determination. I call back to my risk taking pursuit of knowledge as be taken value, because this obviously involves computer research and getting into examining files that I probably don't have access, not supposed to have access to. So I call back to that to the similar thing I
No.
did. No. The GM, I think Garibaldi can just let this one go. I don't have the resources to make that kind of roll.
Okay.
I guess he'll spend some time poking around, realize it's beyond his abilities, and give up rather than get caught.
What the hell? He's like bed left in perfect yesterday.
Yeah, if you want to do that RP session real quick, Nolan, with Arif.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the door chime. Or uh, Arif will come out of his office and say, Commander, if and when you have a few free moments, no rush. Uh, why don't you step into my office?
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It's noisy here.
Um, after she gets in, you know what? Why not? I'm gonna try the same exact command word for word that Keller did to shut down the recordings.
Voice print not authorized.
Oh, that's annoying. I guess I'll. Um, you know what? I'll hit my comm badge and say, Garibaldi, if you could meet me in my office, and same with you, Dr. Mountain.
Dr. Mountain is currently unavailable.
Oh, 1 for 2 it is.
How urgent is this, Commander?
Well, I need your expertise urgently. Are you in the middle of something?
The dinner shift? No. I'm on my way.
I'm just gonna, I guess, sit back in my chair and say, have a seat. Um, have a seat, Sarah. Garibaldi will be along shortly.
Well, before he gets up here, I should inform you of some things he's looking into. We appear to have a couple cases of guests on our station without records of ever being transported onto this station. I guess one of them approached the doctor about some type of research. And then the other individual talked to Garibaldi himself about not looking into that research.
Do you know what the research was?
Not the slightest idea.
Fair enough. Well, I may or may not speak to Mountain. We have a dinner coming up. However, as to the second thing, I think that's interesting. Hmm. Well, out of respect for his coming to you instead of me, I'll not mention this to him. However, I do hesitate to continue before he does get here.
And then, of course, Miss Chambers has been snooping around, asking Garibaldi questions that, as we suspected, he knows nothing about.
Yeah, orders from up high. Just let her ask. Apparently, they're hoping she'll burn herself out.
Makes me curious if she actually does have something.
Probably the fact that she's asking the question.
Or knows about it in general.
Oh, that's not the world's strangest thing, quite frankly. There's lots of disgruntled people out there, and, well, hey, you know about it. You're not supposed to. GQ's about to know about it. He's not supposed to.
As long as he can keep his mouth shut, I guess.
Oh, either that or as long as he only talks to us. Always best to present multiple avenues.
Just out of curiosity, is any of us supposed to know any of this?
You, GQ, no. Me? That's debatable. Probably not. Luckily, I've been around the block a couple times. Ah, there's the lad now. Enter.
Garibaldi walks in. He's dressed in a dishwasher's uniform. Smells like last night. Smells like a dishwasher.
Ooh.
Commander came right away.
Thank you. Do me, well, I guess 2 favors now, Garibaldi.
I'll try not to get this on your carpet.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll try not to get this on the carpet.
Well, worst comes to worst, I can ask Ken to clean it again. He did quite the job after Nira had her little tantrum. But could you possibly perhaps replicate some, well, hot puree or something to clash with, well, you? And secondly, earlier the Admiral was able to make it so all the recording devices cut off in this office. I'd like you to do that now. And, well, then, preferably make it so I can do it upon command.
I think I can do the first one. Garibaldi will or the recording device is off and uses Starfleet intelligence code. Garibaldi smiles. The commander says, "What do you think? Listen, what do you think does the recording, sir?" Just smile. It gives him like a shark's grin.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Nothing, sir. Garibaldi's just grinning at him.
Okay. But did you kill the?
I did, but I can't give you my clearance code, sir.
Ah, well, if the Admiral can do it and you can do it, I want to be able to do it too. Anyways, I'm gonna say, what have you heard about the Omega Directive?
I know this is the second time today someone's asked me about it, and that's the extent of my knowledge.
All right. Long story short, I'm about to read you in. If that's a problem for you, you should leave the room.
Oh, I love secrets, sir.
Well, the Omega Directive was created in response to the destruction of the Omega particle in the uh something sector of space. Um, I'm gonna fill. I'm sorry, just so I don't have to do this twice tonight. I'm gonna fill Garibaldi quickly in on what Omega is, and then I'm gonna tell him that, and well, it would appear that this is one of the closest held secrets in Starfleet Command, and it would appear that a reporter has access to it.
Well, she's certainly asking questions about it, Commander. The question is, how does she know to even ask questions about it?
Exactly. So what I was thinking was maybe we answer some of those questions ourselves. After all, if someone's been screwing with Omega, it's, well, our duty to find out.
That's um, that's some risky research you're asking for, Commander.
Well, from what we can tell, everything seems to be in response to and centered around the Ebon Expanse. So I was thinking we simply go there.
Well, as far as I know, the system isn't off limits. But
Oh, I need to give you guys a correction. Um, the center is off limits. 5 light year radius around it
um,
for
well,
for hazardous travel because massive
Well,
subspace ruptures are around the center.
then would you say we skirt the edge and build a big telescope?
you know, Commander, I am always up for interesting projects.
How ready to go is that ship of yours?
Uh, Chief Amathi says it's on schedule.
You'll have to forgive me. I haven't kept up with your private projects.
It ought to be fairly close to being done by now.
What do you say we take it for a good old test run? See how it handles the Ebon Expanse. Oh, hold on. Back up.
Yeah, I mean, it's that ship's warp drive. Even at top warp speed, it's going to take us weeks to get there and back, Commander.
Okay, then that ship is definitely out.
Now, you know who's been to the Ebon Expanse recently?
Do tell.
The Expedition.
That's indeed true. And
But I tell you, her crew is pretty tight-lipped about what they've been doing and what they saw. I might have asked a few times.
Why does that not surprise me?
Hey, I didn't hack their computer.
how come? That's so unlike you.
I was curious. I didn't have a semi or pseudo official reason to know. I don't know by now, Commander, when I egregiously violate Starfleet protocol and Federation law, I usually do have a good reason behind it. Or at least
Well,
when I think
curiosity is always a good reason.
Or is that reason to give your command staff headaches?
again, I didn't hack the expedition's files.
Well, in retrospect, it might have been easier if you had. However,
Yeah, I'm not sure where
that
the expedition went at this point.
no, that's okay. They given that they're most likely the cause of this, they're definitely not the source I would go to for information. And well, quite frankly, I got from what the Admiral Keller did not say to me earlier, I got the impression that this was in some way sanctioned. However, doesn't change the fact that my curiosity is piqued.
I understand that. What's to gain if we find out more, other than knowledge?
Arif will just shrug at that.
I mean, there's a reason this information is classified for captains and above.
Well, the reason is so that it doesn't get into the wrong hand. I'm not suggesting we take we take anything. I'm just curious. It's a dangling thread.
Well, Commander, I owe you one. So if you want me to poke around, I just think it's
Oh
a
no.
I think it's a dangerous topic.
No, no, no. I'll definitely save that favor. But I simply wanted to make you aware. I also would probably explain why Miss Masters is here and well, obviously why she can't be informed.
I can tell you she's not going to give up. I know her well enough. I don't know her as well as I'd like, but I know her well enough that once she's got that bit in her mouth, she ain't giving it up.
Well,
Sure as hell like
then
to know. Sure as hell like to know where she got these ideas from.
I would too, but just for backup, why don't all three of us start thinking about concocting a bigger story that could draw her off? Just backup plan.
As opposed to just we don't know what this is.
I suppose it depends on how long she sticks around and how tenacious she is.
Well, as long as we keep following orders, she's just going to keep hitting her head against a wall. I mean, it's just the three of us and the admiral on the station that actually know, right?
Well, and apparently Miss Masters. So who knows?
About to say it's not Chambers.
Oh wait, it's not Chambers?
It is
It is
Chambers.
Chambers.
You've been calling her Masters.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have no idea why.
You might think about, as a precaution, having the chief of security very quietly put her under surveillance.
Or you seem to be smitten with her.
Well, it looks like James Bond to you?
I thought that's what you were going for with this whole spy game thing.
Well, yeah. Well, sometimes I back into solutions the way that particular fictional character did. She is a lovely woman.
I mean, you could always go to her in the guise of trying to help her in her investigation. Try to gain some information that way.
Well, to be honest, I was considering breaking into her quarters and hacking her personal files. I just didn't think you'd want to hear that.
I still don't. With you, Garibaldi, I am trying to operate under the impression that I have no idea what you're doing. Plausible deniability is what I'm going for. You're not making that easy.
I could have kept this all under my hat.
I'm merely suggesting, since you think she's kind of cute, I believe is what you said.
I think she's putting herself in danger.
Oh, she's a reporter. They do that frequently. Kind of comes with the profession.
I mean, you'd have to assume she knew the risk when she signed up for this assignment.
She's putting the Federation at risk if she figures out whatever it is she's looking into. The other thing I don't know, because if I told myself about it, I'd have to put myself on report.
I think we're a little past that, don't you?
Possibly. I think Vogel's got a point though, because if we make up a bigger story and she sees through it, then she's going to know that something's going on.
That we're trying to cover something.
That'll just make her more interested.
But if you go to her under the guise of, I'm curious about what this is, maybe we can work together.
Oh, I
If
tried
it
that.
is, if it is a risk for the Federation.
I tried that line with her already.
What was her answer?
She told me that if I helped her look into what it was she was looking into, I'd get court-martialed. Now I believe her.
Well, she's probably correct. I'd say that goes to all of us.
Well,
Obviously, for the record, I am, well, I'll chuckle at that. But I'm not asking either of you or telling either of you to look into this. I'm simply making you aware of the situation and simply saying that were you to look into this, well, I would certainly be interested in the outcome and, well, perhaps even the process.
understood, Commander. You're not asking me to do anything.
No, I'm not even not asking.
Always have to wash dishes again tomorrow. How much longer I got, Vogel?
Well, seeing as though you took a few weeks off there, and it was a month-long duty shift. But the only one here who can commune your sentence is the commander here.
Well, I don't think I can do that entirely. I can usurp your authority like that. However, I do think that there should be some notice for the excellent behavior of bringing us this information. Um, Perhaps that could be worked into the final sentence.
Well, I appreciate any mercy that you're willing to show me, Commander. I'm being good. Like I said, I didn't hack the expedition files. I got a feeling based on what you just told me, I probably wouldn't have found anything anyway.
Well, probably best that you didn't.
That's true. Well, unless there's something else, Commander, I'd like to get a sonic shower.
Yeah, please.
Garibald is going to excuse himself and go to his quarters and get a shower.
I am not gonna. You know what? I'm things off.
And then he'll stick his head back in the office and turn the recordings back on.
Be back.
Was there anything else, sir?
No, absolutely not. Thank you.
And Vogel will get up and go back to her workstation.
And Reef will catch up on reports.
Doctor. Dr. Mountain, are you with us?
You rang?
I did. Would you like to continue the scientific method?
I believe that is my option. I don't know.
You have moved on from the potential genetic anomaly being from like this a species or multiple species.
Did it seem to be making any breakthroughs or anything?
Didn't seem to really get any headway on it through all the simulations. Didn't seem like it was possible, given the information you have from her is correct.
I guess I'll try the virus.
All right. Reason medicine. You had a complication last time, so gonna have a complication range 2 for all these task rolls.
Joy. Spend the momentum and 2 threat to get extra dice.
I do like threat. It's spent on Garibaldi.
I knew it. He gave me the momentum to help me in other steps.
See, it's a win-win. Oh. Computers medicine. That is 8. What focus were you using? Do you have virology?
Oh. No, sorry, I guess I don't.
Okay. So
well, emergency medicine, genetics,
it would
experimental
be
technology.
it would be virology for the focus for this one.
Not cybernetics. Okay. So only one true crit.
So
1, 2, 3,
5.
4, 5, 6. The computer is just I made 5 myself. And 1.
Oh, the one. Okay, yeah, 6. Sorry, I thought that was a 2. Okay, 6 total so far,
Yeah.
and she got a comp.
Of course, you're the one that rolled it. Okay.
I'll give her the complication, not you. An extra additional increased complication range.
Okay. So same process. No focus. 1 and 2, right? Spend 1 momentum and get 2 threat.
Okay.
Reroll the 1. I mean 0.
That is so far 11.
12.
Yep, 12. Can I do math all of a sudden?
I don't know how this works. I don't know when to stop. It's just random. I'll do 1 more. I'll spend 1 threat this time.
It's 12, just so you know. It's a
12.
lot.
There's a lot plenty. Okay, I'll switch to the other one then.
Doctor, so much for the virus. It was an interesting idea, but apparently the data does not support the conclusion.
Yeah, I'm guessing. I guess it just had to. Maybe it's just they're born with it. That would be the only other option I can think of.
It would. Perhaps a little break. I'm feeling a little famished. How about we go get something to eat?
Yes, I know this great noodle place. I actually know there's a new Klingon restaurant I haven't tried out yet.
Oh.
Ladies' choice, of course.
I am interested in different cuisines, but not had Klingon.
Yes. Once you get used to it, fresh cock is spicy and tasty. However, it is not for the faint of heart or stomach.
I'll have to see what is on the menu.
For sure. Shall we?
Of course.
So tell me, how did you get into this line of research?
Do you mean cybernetics? Since the university.
Do you know somebody who has cybernetics, or you?
Unfortunately, I cannot give their name out, Doctor. But
Oh no, I'm not asking about patient confidentiality. I'm just curious.
it's not patients, more or less. More like a former professor.
Hmm, maybe I know them. Do you remember their name? It's been a while since I've
As
been to the
I,
academy.
as I stated, Doctor, I cannot give you the name.
Oh, that's right. Well, sure. Um, awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm more intimately involved with cybernetics. My artificial heart, he says as they're walking to the promenade.
Yes, I took some liberties to research it.
Really?
Apologies.
I don't have a problem with that. Uh, do I? I'm not sure. What is your take on the information you were given?
You are a highly skilled surgeon, and um, your research in cybernetics as well as genetics has um, been a boon to my research. So thank you, Doctor. Which is
Of
the
course.
reason why I sought you out for this.
Oh, well, I appreciate the vote of confidence.
So tell me, how is life here on the frontier?
Well, it's the new frontier, actually. This starbase wasn't exactly here 6 months ago or a year ago or so. But yeah, it's not as quiet as I thought it might be. The edge of Federation space has been quite active, especially in the Ebon Expanse, among other things. But the humanitarian crisis has been keeping me quite busy, and trying to do what I can to make sure that goes as quickly as possible with the new settlement on the planet. So, yeah, it's like I said, it's not as quiet as I thought it might be. But I was on a starship, and I was used to it being hectic. Only we went to them instead. They're coming to us. What brings you out to the frontier, anyway? Not just me. It can't be.
Well, to be honest, Doctor, it is actually you. But
Really? Should I be flattered?
she just kind of doesn't say anything, smiles as the two of you walk in, enter
Yes.
the Klingon, bar, or well, restaurant.
Great. Go up. When it's my turn, ask, how fresh is your gach?
First shipment today.
Really? Oh, I haven't been here recently. Who are you? I haven't met you yet.
Insert random
Dr.
Klingon name here.
Nice to meet you. I'm Dr. Mountain. So I'll take an order of gach and a blood wine. And what would you like? I try to explain what some of the words are, but I don't know them all myself.
I'll take Tog.
Look.
The smoked targ.
Targ. Oh, yes. I haven't had Targ for a while.
Is she kind of looks visibly disgusted by the worms.
Yeah. Like I said, Noodle Bar is close. But you're welcome to give them a try, but they are an acquired taste. The chef on the Klingon ship that I was on visiting a while ago had a pretty good guk. I hope this stands up to that at least, so to speak. And I'll partake.
Apparently, you can't just do whisper to LT. Doesn't work when two people have LT. Interesting cuisine.
Yes. It's pretty good. It's not the best in the whole galaxy, but you haven't tried it before, so I thought we'd try something a little daring. I recommend only drinking half. Do you go order a blood wine? You can have some of mine. I don't try to drink the whole thing because that'll uh, dissuade us from finishing our work today. We'll get into other sort of trouble, possibly.
Perhaps after the research is concluded.
Perhaps so. But who's to say that you don't take the money and run as it were? Maybe the research and run? But that's neither here nor there. So can you tell me a little bit more about it in coded terms, I guess? I mean, what's your real intention for this information?
Merely to get a better understanding of what at least the data we've been collecting. In terms of how the Borg think. In fact, the Borg seem to dispose of the children who developed individuals, drones that developed the Admiralty.
Yeah, seems interesting that. Do you know how early the detection of this from your data? Do we know how early this was detected in the young patients or young subjects?
Just what we found in the data cube.
And what was the approximate age that these discoveries were made, like or age range or whatever?
It is what you're seeing, Garibaldi. That would require live subjects. And you know how the Federation you know Federation doctrine as much as well as I do.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if they had any live subjects, they would not be telling anybody for any time soon.
It is taboo to experiment, to do such experiments.
And I concur. My main focus really was to find a synergy between using the nanotechnology to regenerate tissues that surrounds cybernetics, such that the success rate could be increased even if by a few percentages. There might be ways to simulate these situations, but we can certainly possibly could find out what the genetic markers are that we found in the young subjects, so that we can at least know what's causing it to inhibit that. And so there might be an inverse process that we could explore also to maybe help it so that it regenerates better or something like that. Or at least similar principles in a not so hazardous way.
But this research would more than help in the avenue that you wish at least would have taken for yours. I am unfortunately sorry about your own research being locked up. It must be difficult for you.
Well, it is a setback for sure. However, if you wouldn't mind me utilizing your data on some of my hypotheses, I could really benefit from at least having access to the data set temporarily to dig deeper.
Unfortunately, I would have to ask you to keep this to yourself, Doctor. But if you wish to endeavor in such research, I could speak with my superiors.
At least you can put a good word in for me, anyway. I have no intention of leading Extarbia 17. However, I do like to know what options I have available.
I kind of notice her demeanor changes a little bit when you say that.
How so?
Like, give me insight, command, difficulty 1. I'll spend some time. Make it 2.
Two, you said?
Yep.
I'll spend 1 threat to get it today.
You notice it changed a little bit, but you're not sure what you said that kind of caused the reaction. But this talk is quite interesting.
Yeah. It works well with pepper. It kind of synergizes well.
Mm. But if you don't mind, I would like to continue our research.
Yes. After you.
And with that, cut over to Garibaldi. What are you doing? Before I move on to Reefin. What is Garibaldi doing?
Garibaldi is talking to a cold microphone, and no one is hearing him. Uh, no, wait a minute, that's me, not Garibaldi. Garibaldi, on the other hand, is he'd like to go through his own computer and see if he can. Here's what he's thinking is that um, he did that search on the Dr. Iris, and fairly quickly, some mystery man showed up to warn him off, which means his computer's bugged, or someone has tapped into his communications or his computer, and he's going to track that down, or at least he's going to try.
Reason, security, difficulty of 3, complication range 3.
That's code breaking things. Do I have an app cool focus, infiltration, espionage, security systems?
I'll take security systems.
I hate that I've already spent my determination. I can't really see anything I've done before that I could call back to. This would be a great thing to be able to call back to later, though. In that case, I want 4 die. I'll give you the threat so I get 4 dice. So I lower the difficulty by saying I am very diligently and methodically going through every system on my computer.
You're trying to call a trait.
Yes,
What's the trait name?
diligent.
Sure, I'll take that.
I'll still give you the threat for 4 dice, but the way the dice have been, I think I need the extras. Oh,
Do you wish to reroll the 0?
why not?
Come on, complication. 3 momentum gained.
You're welcome, Doctor.
Yeah, your terminal's bugged.
Can I figure out who? Or trace it back to an origin point? Can I spend two momentum, create the advantage that I can? That seems
Sure.
oh, sure, okay.
2 momentum.
I bet I'm spending 2 momentum on something that's going to be a dead end, but I'd do it anyway. Who's hacking my computer?
Starfleet intelligence.
There's a surprise. Well, I'm glad I learned that before I programmed ICE into my computer to attack whoever it was going after me. That'll probably get me in trouble with my superiors.
Or at least someone in Starfleet intelligence. But it has all the markers for Starfleet intelligence.
Then Garibaldi is going to. We've got to hold that, and I got an idea for something to do with that. I'm gonna do that trace on. No, I'm not. Dang it. Switch to a reef or whoever while I think of what I want to do next. Garibaldi is contemplating.
All right. Reef or Vogel, what are you two doing?
Hmm. You know what? Why not? Arif is holed up in his office. He got uh he got some logs brought to him, so he's gonna be fashioning himself a desk. The old-fashioned style with hand tools. And yeah. He of course has rolled up the rug and put it in the corner so it won't get dirty.
I mean, you building a desk? Sounds like a workshop. You can go to the workshop for that.
Oh, I kind of wanted to do it in my. You know what? No, I want to. Since I'm doing it by hand, I want to do it in my office so I don't miss anything. So I am.
That's what comm badges are for.
What's up?
So that's what comm badges are for.
I know, but oh, fine. I'll go to the workshop.
He wants to do it in his office.
I do
I
want
mean,
to do
getting
it.
the
I love
lumber in there might be a distraction. I mean, you could do it in your office, but I'm implying like a complication for the rest of the crew members who have to work on ops because I have a feeling that they're going to be distracted by that.
is
It's an unusual sight, and you got a window, like they can see what's going on in there.
I'm tempted to do it anyways for the hell of it. Oh God. Are we um
It'll be fine.
yeah, you know what? I'll take I'm sorry, everyone. I am taking the complication increase. The ops is getting a site tonight.
All right. I'm assuming you're going to have the materials beamed into the office.
Oh yes. You know what? Why not? I'll hit my comm badge and Chief, I believe Argyle. Do me a favor, please. We have some oak logs that were beamed over from the Nightingale a couple weeks ago in storage. Um, Maybe you could beam. Well, uh, let's start with two 6-foot segments, and well, work our way up from there. Let's send them straight to my office.
Oh, this is going to be a transport roll. Control plus engineering. So not from a pad to a pad.
Actually, just because, can I possibly uh add to that? Oh, wait a second, Mr. Argyle. I realize I can do it because I'm much more sorry, but I'm much more likely to complicate this.
Oh, okay. Well, it's difficulty 4. Base. So yeah, you don't get the difficulty reduced because you're not in the transporter room. So yeah, diff 4. Control engineering.
You know what? We always say, let's go for a moment. Let's go for a moment.
Oh, it'd be diff
Could I-
3 because advanced sensors. So yeah, diff 3, system by sensors engineering.
Hey, I kind of really want this. Could I, uh, could I, use my determination on measure thrice, cut once to get 2 successes?
Can you explain to me how that would apply?
I'm checking the computer systems very, very carefully and double checking and, well, triple checking before I actually beam it.
Sure.
And I am, it's complication range 2, right?
No, like you don't have the complication range. The rest of the crew and ops has a complication range increase when you start doing the woodworking.
Oh, all right. Take 1 threat and
Be 2
let's
threat.
go.
Unless you're spending the momentum.
Take 2 threat. Take 2 threat.
Okay.
I am so happy I said.
Oh. Should have spent it on a complication increase. That would have been 2. Sensors engineering from the station.
Sensors engineering. I got that.
Many thanks.
Sensors engineering. Oh, we'll return that comp range. I had it set on 3 from that last roll.
Oh. Should have so upped the complication range. Should have done it.
I am willing to let you retroactively
No,
do
I'm
it.
not retroactively doing that. Is not fair. But that does succeed, and the pile of wood beams into your office.
Okay. So let's get working now. It's very important that it be understood. There's no chainsaws going on in here. There's nothing crazy, no power tools. This is a labor of love for myself, and it's gonna be intricately carved by hand. Now, obviously, this can't all happen in one day, but I can definitely start. Hopefully, uh, laying some groundwork, and Arif is excited. Um, but
Oh,
yeah,
this is gonna be a
I
work
mean,
track. So give me a second. I'm coming up with a work track. And just so you know, this is gonna be difficult, because you're working with oak. Oak is very hard to
that
work
is
with
fair.
without power tools. I'm just saying.
That is certainly fair. Wood carving as a focus apply.
It will, but I'm thinking difficulty 4, magnitude 4, work 17, resistance. Yeah, resistance is going to be 3 to make your debts by
Okay.
hand.
All right. Okay.
Oak is a very, very dense wood. Just saying.
Is there any chance I could call someone for assistance on it, and perhaps someone who's a little bit more keen on how to do extended tasks?
No.
Okay. In which case, what do I do?
It's diff 4. So, I'm thinking control engineering.
That is fair. Just out of curiosity, could I possibly argue reason engineering? Because
No, unless you're planning the desk. No. If you were actually drawing the blueprints up, I would maybe accept reason, but it's a control engineering.
all right, that's fair.
I come from a family that is, that works in with graphs, so
Alrighty.
it's control engineering.
I guess take. Oh God. Is take 2 threat and you know what? No, just take 1 threat. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one.
You start getting assembly, like placing the wood and organizing it. And as you're getting ready, like kind of start, it's try to start with it's really hard, and there's a lot of crew members who are just staring at you, like what is he doing? And it's quite distracting for you and for them.
Well, I think obviously what needs to happen here is there needs to be less of an audience. So Arif is gonna probably um hmm you know what? Screw it. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
So you're rolling again.
I guess. Yeah. I'll give it one more shot before I give it up for the night and see if we can get a success out of it. Let's go. You know what? Let's go with one more threat. One more threat.
Just one more.
Ooh, this is not my day for carving. Nope. Yeah, I think it's probably best to at this point I'm feeling a little embarrassed about the spectacle I've been making of myself. This is not a good showing. I think the issue is the tools. Uh I think what I need to do is go back and really search my memory to figure out how to replicate the tools that I'm used to. So Arif will probably pack it in for the day and until he's ready to make a second strike.
All right, Vogel, for a good hour, if not longer, goes on, and you just see a reef, sitting there with a handsaw, trying to like measure, get everything, like, and you see him like really struggling and working on it, and then stopping for a minute, looks at everybody keeps watching the commander, and then the way, but you definitely observe this for about a good, over at least an hour and a half.
Hold up. As soon as he starts, about 3 minutes in, I'm going to lunch.
Good for you.
Very well.
I'm sorry. I think that would be hilarious.
All right, you're off to lunch. What? Anything else you wish to do while you're on lunch?
Just get away for the hour.
Got it. Vogel doesn't want to be seen in ops right now. Oh, that's going on. Got it. Anything you would like to do? Well,
Me, not particularly.
Okay. Meanwhile, I guess we'll check back in with the doctor. As you and Iris return to the lab. For the most part, the walk back to the lab, she's been fairly quiet. But the occasion as you're trying to engage with her, she just kind of goes, mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't think that Gok would be that adverse to you. I apologize. We probably should have gone to a nice Denobulin establishment. They always have nice food. It's always a nice family atmosphere.
Sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said?
It has a nice family atmosphere. The Denobulin restaurant.
Perhaps another time.
Perhaps so. Well, we've tarried on long enough. Let's see if we can figure this out.
All right, Doctor, reason medicine. I'm assuming you're going for a birth defect now.
Yeah.
Unless you
Am
want
I
to
going to go
start.
back to the other ones I've already done? It didn't work.
You can, or you can move on to the last
I'm
one.
going to move on.
Or we could start the whole process all over again.
Let's start all over. Thanks, Garibaldi. I'll take that momentum and 2 threat. And genetics, I guess, would work as this time.
Yes.
Indeed. Reroll the 0.
That's a 1 anyway, but it's computers medicine.
Oh, sorry, I had a second.
Yeah, it's a 1, so I'll still take it. So I'm counting 2, 4, 6, 9. Doctor, as you come back with a fresh mind, Gok, and a little bit of bloodline running from your system,
I can still feel the Gok in my tummy. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you find like a breakthrough and realize that this is some sort of birth defect that happens while the if developed, like it's essentially the body trying to reject essentially assimilation while the baby is developing in the womb. Someone who's assimilated.
Interesting. I wonder if we could replicate this with some research. It seems like the young body is rejecting the nano particles. So that would mean that there is some sort of resistance to the assimilation. Do we know the end result of what happens to these patients? I assume they're all dead, but
According to the data cube, it would appear that we are clear that you will not speak of this with anyone.
I'm talking to you right now. Yes.
I will hold that to you, Doctor. But from the data cube, it would appear that the children who are born with this genetic anomaly reject the maturation chamber and are unable to last more than equivalently of 5 days.
Oh dear.
they are still alive, and the Borg drones will take the undeveloped drone and dispose of it, according to the information collected.
Of course they do.
Out of sake of intellectual curiosity, do you think there is a way to solve this?
Solve it how? What are you suggesting?
Suppressing the genetic anomaly or other means.
Making it so that they won't be resistant to it anymore? Is that what you're saying?
Precisely.
Why would we do that?
It's scientific curiosity.
Is it?
Obviously, sorry, it's the accent.
No, I find.
Sorry, I mean, the Borg aren't able to solve it. It would be one up on the Borg.
Sure. Are we encouraging them to be able to repair their baby drones?
No, not at all, Doctor.
I'm just curious about what you're getting at.
Simple intellectual curiosity. Do you think it's something that could be solved?
Well, genetically, it is possible. It would have to be a project, and I just need time and effort, I guess. Ultimately,
And
you're not trying to create baby drones, are you?
oh, heavens no, Doctor. Why would I want to do such a horrible thing?
I know exactly what you. That's why it crossed my mind. I'm sorry I asked, but I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm clear with my communication.
But you've given me much to think about.
Excellent. Okay. And so I have advanced your secret project, which is fine. Uh, I assume there's not much of this that I would be able to use in my own research.
Well, if it is a genetic anomaly, this could occur, at least, a genetic anomaly that occurs at birth, it would affect potential regeneration techniques down the road for future generations. Finding a way to maybe suppress it might be a good idea, no?
Sure. Preventing failed regeneration or recovery would be difficult. Difficult to try to stop.
Perhaps we should get started. Still have time before my ship departs?
Yeah. Which ship do you have again?
Why so interested?
I'm not sure. May's intellectual curiosity.
It's nothing fancy. It's just a civilian ship.
Certainly.
Starfleet does not send out one of their own ships just merely for intellectual curiosity for something like this.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that. It's either a shuttle or whatnot.
You are the geneticist. Where do you think we should begin?
Question. Let me think. So, if it's a genetic or rejection uh, in a young body, perhaps we could check some of the T cells or other cells that have a plasticity to them that may cause the new cell formation with genetic causing the rejection at those points when the where the nano particles are connecting.
But of course. Give me reason plus medicine. Difficulty of, let's make this
0.
no. Absolutely not. Let's go diff for complication range of 2.
Comp range 2. Focus of genetics still applies.
Genetics will apply for a focus.
Insight medicine.
Reason medicine.
Kind of eke the other point. So let's see. We have no momentum to speak of, and it's a diff 4. I might use my value.
What value?
Throughout the handbook and wrote my own. Nobody's really done this kind of research before. It also could be driven to ease suffering. And essentially,
I'll take that. You're thinking of, if
helping somebody with their genetic situation. Would I be a callback actually? Because I've used that before.
It depends on the log entry. If you're trying to gain a point of determination. So what did the log entry say?
Oh, let me look real quick and get it. All right. I believe it was. It was the young Trill child. He.
Did you do genetic? Any sort of genetic research?
Basically,
no, is it
to the boys?
It has to apply to genetics.
Right. Oh, that was the implant, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the removal of the implant.
Then I'm establishing one now, apparently. But yeah, driven to ease suffering.
Okay.
Then I'm going to buy 2 dice with threat.
So you're rolling 4 dice?
Yep.
So 5 threat. Give me.
All right.
That succeeds. And your lovely research assistant will help, generating 2 momentum.
Sweet. I didn't have a cautious, so
No, yep.
I should flip that around. Anyway,
Marvelous work, Doctor. The simulations show that would indeed suppress the abnormality. The Borg would be quite jealous.
I don't think they have those sort of emotions, but I do appreciate the sentiment. Interesting. Do you think the application would be sort of a resistance ability for those who may encounter the Borg? Like, could we modify the structure that we found, simulate it in some way so that the people could be sort of maybe inoculated in some way?
It could become a form of inoculation?
At least a temporary form until the invasive particles were. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so I think that's a great idea. We should figure if we can do that. That would.
I would love to, Doctor, but unfortunately, I need to go back.
Okay. And so that's that then. What?
Well, if you wish to continue to work with me, perhaps you could join me on our research endeavor, if you are interested.
I am interested, but I need more information, actually, if you don't mind. I'm not sure how I would characterize what I would need for information, but I think it would be prudent to consider all my options. And it was a pleasure working with you, for sure.
All I can say is my work is with Starfleet. It's in collaboration along with the civilian researchers. We are part of a group called the Foundation.
Foundation. Okay. How long have you been around?
We've been.
Not yet.
I've been part of the Foundation for 10 years, and we've been working on with essentially Borg technology ever since after the events of Wolf V59.
It makes sense. I was there. Thankfully, unfortunately, we were the only ship that made it out. But needless to say, if we could find a way to prevent or at least limit their abilities, that it may even be a way to help for those who are recovering, being severed from the collective. They maybe with either cybernetic removal, in some cases, it might be beneficial to reverse some of the connective tissue. I'm not sure. It would be sort of like an inoculation, but it would be like a booster in a way.
Theorizing it would be something that could potentially help against simulation, but
yeah,
current Borg, I think it would potentially maybe be too deadly for them.
Well,
it could result in their death, and
that is not an ideal situation, but it is what it is.
If you wish to join me on on this research endeavor, I will give you my contact information.
Yeah, we'll exchange cards,
And if you
as it were, as the old saying goes.
yes, but yes, if you wish to, like I said, join us, please do not hesitate to call. And while she says that, she's typing on the console and puts everything, like transfers everything to her pad, and then the kind of like a wash on the console screen, and all the information and all the hard work you did is gone.
You wouldn't happen to have a copy of that, would you?
And unfortunately, Doctor, I cannot give you a copy of it.
Well, if I was part of your foundation.
If you would join us, you would have access to the research.
Excellent.
But I can only put in a good word for you, and my superiors will have to do the rest.
I understand.
Do you wish me to put in a word on your behalf?
Yes, that would be. I would appreciate that.
I will speak with them then.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a pleasure.
She smiles and nods.
Don't be a stranger.
Perhaps we can meet if you don't join on better terms.
I thought they were fine in terms, but I agree.
But one's not so secretive. Unless you like that sort of thing. She says jokingly.
Well, I'm not a complete traditionalist, so a little surprise might be in order once in a while. Keeps the heart healthy, so to speak.
Have a nice day, Doctor.
And you.
And she walks out of the lab.
This is Dr. Mountain to Garibaldi.
Garibaldi here.
I have finished my work. Just wanted to let you know that the fine doctor has left the lab.
Doctor, did you ever verify the identity of that doctor?
I did not. But she does know her stuff.
No, so do the Romulans.
They do now. I mean, unless you have security precautions, of course.
I don't suppose you're going to tell me what the nature of your research with the doctor was, are you?
I will not be able to do that at this time.
Under
But needless to say, it's
under whose authority, Doctor?
excuse me.
Why can't you tell me?
Doctor-patient confidentiality.
She was a patient under your care?
Sort of. More of research, but the nature of the ailment is confidential.
So you were working on a specific patient or patients?
Yes, a group of patients, or a subject matter, as it were. Subject group, I guess. Anyway, so I just want to let you know, just in case you wanted to find out more information from her and the nature of her business here. But she's returning to a small, supposedly a small civilian vessel.
Very well. Thank you, Doctor. Garibaldi out.
Oh no.
Garibaldi's going to check the trace program he has on her, see where she's headed. Son of a bitch. I don't know if you read my chat. Garibaldi's going to open that secure channel to his superiors in Starfleet intelligence.
Do I need to come up with a random name again? Actually, no, wait. I don't need a random. There's whose character token I don't have. One sec.
That's fine. Is there something you want? You have been fed. You have been fed. All the food. Yes, you have concentrated.
After waiting for quite a while,
If I wait more than 30, if I have
oh
to wait for
no,
more than 30 seconds,
it's a little longer than 30 seconds.
I mean, if it's any kind of significant delay, Garibaldi will call up to ops, have the space station space doors secured, and the shields on the station raised on his authority. Do we have any external docking rings?
Yes, but it's not that long.
Okay.
Uh, their commander. No, Captain Toravex, sort of your superior in the 10th Fleet for intelligence. There's definitely something on your mind, Garibaldi, so you need to spit it out. I'm quite busy.
Commander, I need to know
Captain.
you have an operation going on my station that you sent somebody to my office to keep me out of it.
I beg your pardon?
I have a potential security breach on D Space 17. I had an individual who
presented himself as possibly Starfleet intelligence, told me to back off my investigation. I need to know if you've got something going on my station before a potential threat to security leaves the station.
Lieutenant, if I had an ongoing operation on your station and you were not part of it, we would not be having this conversation.
Are you aware of a Dr. Isis Sartre?
No, I'm not.
Very well. Thank you. I need to act. I'll file a report later, Commander. Now Garibaldi will call ops and have the station locked down. And the shields raised.
Whoever's at ops.
I'm at ops. I'm in my office.
I mean, whoever's going to be ops stations, probably not the commander.
This is Burke.
Lieutenant Burke, this is Lieutenant Garibaldi. On my authorization as intelligence officer, lock down the station and raise the shields. No ships are allowed to leave the station until I tell you otherwise. Do you understand, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. I will do that and notify Commander Arif.
Very well. I'm on my way up. Have any ships left the station in the last 10 minutes? Civilian vessels.
No, sir.
Very good. When you inform Commander Arif of my orders, let him know I'm on my way up.
Ops to actually, like, she sees you're busy working on your desk and she starts tapping the window and waves to you and motions you to come out into ops.
Which I will.
Commander, Lieutenant Garibaldi has ordered me to lock down the station and no vessels are to disembark.
Did you comply?
Yes, unless you wish to counter it. For protocol, sir.
Not offhand. He wouldn't have taken this action without a good reason, so I will give him the time to explain himself.
Understood. He's on his way up now. I'll notify Lieutenant Commander Vogel.
Understood. Thank you.
Burp to Commander Vogel.
Go ahead.
Lieutenant Garibaldi has ordered the station to be locked down, and Commander has requested your presence in operations. Sorry to...
Yeah, I see the security officers running around. I'm on my way.
And as you get into the turbolift, Garibaldi's in the turbolift with you.
Fancy meeting you here, Commander.
What is this about?
Remember that individual I told you had met with Dr. Mountain? And Dr. Mountain had asked me to look into it, and I had the other visitor?
Go on.
That individual somehow managed to slip my security trace. So I contacted my superiors at Starfleet Intelligence. They have no covert operations going on in the station at the moment. I don't know what that woman's up to, but I think it's in our best interest not to let her leave the station until I can talk to her.
Have any idea where she is?
At the moment, my guess, according to Dr. Mountain, he said she had left his lab
and was headed towards a civilian transport vessel. I imagine she's attempted to depart the station. That's why I locked down the station. I felt it was necessary to do it immediately. You know, act first, ask forgiveness later.
Well, don't you think you should be heading toward the transport?
I don't know which transport she's on, sir. There's no record of her ever being on this station.
I thought you pinpointed one.
Well, ma'am. Plus, I figured I needed to explain myself to you and the commander. And then your boy's going to go through, his pad and his connection, and go through the history on that trace program, and see if he can identify locations where this woman has stayed for long periods of time, other than Mountain's lab.
It would appear that she suddenly appeared this morning, met with Dr. Mountain in the terrestrial enclosure, went to Lab 3, where she met with Dr. Mountain, then went to the Klingon restaurant with Dr. Mountain, and then returned back to Lab 3 with Dr. Mountain, and then mysteriously disappeared after she left the lab.
Oh, that's interesting. She certainly has some means of avoiding our security systems. I'm afraid to say I have no idea where she is, which is why I locked the station down. I've got video images we can share with Starfleet, with station security, to see if we can search through the docking rings. Perhaps we can identify all the ships on all civilian ships currently docked. And, well, maybe like the old Earth jingle says, one of these things won't be like the other. Well, like I said, Commander, I felt like I need to act first. If I'm wrong, I guess I wash dishes for an extra couple of weeks.
Well, I told you to look into it, didn't I?
Yes, ma'am.
Do what you need to.
So those re-enter ops. Garibaldi's going to find a station, see if we can verify the identities of every civilian ship docked. See if there are any anomalies in the ships that are docked.
Reason con difficulty 2. No, difficulty 0.
We'll just give it a shot.
Well, you succeed, just no.
Yeah, no momentum gain.
There are no abnormalities within the civilian ships. For our momentum, I'll ask an additional question.
The question is, the problem is deciding what's the right question to ask.
Maybe did any non-civilian ships depart in the last several minutes?
I mean, yeah, I'll check this. I'll check the non-civilian Federation vessels. See if there's anything unusual there. Are there any ships? Are there any? Okay, reason. I was about to say, are there any ships attempting to leave?
No. Reason con difficulty 0. Gain a momentum. No abnormalities on any of the Starfleet vessels that are currently down.
any of the airlocks on either the internal or external docking bays been activated since I've started looking?
No.
Or to spend more momentum on the obtain information question of what's the right question to ask, and then another momentum to ask the right question. Isn't that the beginning of wisdom? Help from the peanut gallery. Well, if nothing else, we set our set security teams to search the docks, the docking rings for the individual, and distribute the picture.
Be you guys take the rest of the day trying to find the individual in question, and your security teams have no luck.
I'm tempted to
Keep the
scan
lockdown.
those things.
You also go down one moment. Because we're in a new seat, by the way. My question is anyone going to talk with Miss Chambers, or are you just going to let it go? You guys have also spent a lot of time on, searching for this mysterious woman.
Am I crazy? I thought we were searching for Miss Chambers.
You were...
No, those are different people.
I apologize. I got
They
them
are.
intertwined in my head.
I've been trying to do voices for each of these characters tonight. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. It was that was on my end. I mean, I suppose at this point, if she's still bobbing around the station, I'll call her in for a progress report.
You're going to talk to her privately?
In my office, sure.
With all the lumber.
What's up?
With all the lumber.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm hopefully I'm not distracted by it by this point. It's been there for like 2 days. It's become a fixture.
Oh, no, we're still on the same day.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
bummer.
Chime at your door.
Enter. Miss Chambers. I was hoping I could check in with you and make sure my officers were cooperating.
Uh, yeah, they've been. I mean, super cooperative as you can expect. Why the interest?
What do you mean?
Obviously,
In a refill?
you seem maybe concerned about this.
Uh, Looking a little
A little wood
confused.
project.
Looking a little confused. Arif's just gonna say, I'm sorry, I thought where we left it at last, I was supposed to follow up. If,
Oh, now see, now I'm really suspicious.
okay. Arif will say, just kind of laughing at that. Well, in which case, my apologies. Like I said, the offer still stands. If you need any help with anything, or if you need
I
anything,
mean, you
just
could
let me or
tell
what's
me
up?
what you know about the Omega Directive, because my story gets published in an hour. I need to make any amends to it.
Well,
Comments, quotes. I mean, that would be lovely.
I mean, to be honest with you, Miss Chambers, uh, if you say it's going to be published within an hour, I'm probably going to stick by my console because uh, I'm pretty old, but uh, and I've been around a long time, and quite frankly, I have no idea what this directive is. So I'll be honest, you've piqued my curiosity.
Nice cover, Commander.
What do you mean?
Fair enough. Well, obviously, your men have been, well, as forthcoming as they can be. I guess you'll just have to read my story in the column.
Any chance of an advance copy? Uh, Considered, professional courtesy.
By means of way you subverting and potentially damaging my career by not getting this published.
How about, okay, fine. Deal for a deal. Uh, what time is it? Out of character?
Like in like game time?
Yes.
Okay. It's close to the end of Alpha Shift.
All right. I was gonna go grab a snack. You say the article is gonna be out in about an hour. Means that you're pretty much done with it. You can come with me. Uh, I'll be there the whole time. You'll see that I can't do anything. As I said, I'm just curious.
Fine. I'll come with you for your snack and let you read an advanced copy of it. But I have a backup.
Uh, Laughing a little bit. She is human, right?
Yes, she's huge.
Laughing a little bit. I'm gonna say, please, this This isn't the 20th century. Nothing is gonna happen to you because, quite frankly. So, let me just ask before I read the sneak peek. Quick question. Am I in the article?
No, unless you want
Then
to
why
make
would
a
I be
statement. I don't think
so
you would be angry. I think you're just trying to do your job. And if I think this is what I think it is, then
look, I know the significance that the word Omega has in human culture. I know the Federation is uh in the upper echelons is largely human. Now, what I don't know is whether whatever you're talking about is a weapon or something that's a threat to me. But what I do know is that if it is, my job or my duty that you keep talking about is to either um, my job or my duty is to investigate. So let us let's go down to the promenade. Let's get something to eat. Sam's is pretty good. He's been a little off his game lately, but let's no matter what, please just pretend to like it for his sake. He's having a tough time.
sounds like there's a story there.
A little bit, yeah. Um, I had to delay his moving of his restaurant simply because we got a little busy and I couldn't spare the people to um finish up the renovations. Though we're getting on top of it now again. So, I guess let us cut to the chase. What is this Omega Directive?
Uh, two of you head to Sam's, where you grab a bite to eat, sit at a lovely table.
Um,
1 second. I'm moving this to the theater. She gets like a cappuccino and a croissant, and then and slides over the pad.
um, skimming it, skimming it very quickly, and I'm gonna look up and say, I hope you don't mind. Um, that I am just, I'll read it much more in depth. I just don't want you, uh, you know, eating all by yourself. However, this is quite interesting. This actually, looking up at her after reading it, I'm gonna say, how, Miss Chambers, how sure are you of this?
My source hasn't really just say the information I got has been it's pretty credible. Staking my reputation on this. So unless you wish to add to it, this gets published.
Miss Chambers, please believe me. I can't. I honestly can't add to this right now. However, I am going to, because I'll be honest with you, I don't know of a directive that supersedes the Prime Directive, and well, that's as a Starfleet officer, that's quite frankly important.
That is
I'll be
opposed check right there against her.
alrighty. Resonance command.
Yeah, President's command against her and Psych command.
All right. I have a feeling that you're gonna spend it back at me, but take 6 threat.
Okay.
And would deception be a focus?
Yes, deception would be a focus.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be a tough one. All right. Gain 3 momentum.
And I'm gonna tell her, listen, uh, you can publish if you want. I'm not gonna ask you not to. But I do want you to know that I'm going to, I am going to, well, investigate on my end as well, because this is a little alarming. Maybe, quite frankly, if, and well, as I said, I'm not sure about this one, but I'm also pretty old and I know bureaucracies, and if this is what I think it is, well, quite frankly, it if it's horrendous, it may have to get exposed, but I can't speak to that right now until I have more information. As you should know that as a reporter. I obviously know that as an officer. I'm not gonna wade hip deep only to dump water out of the pool.
The public deserves to know. If you have more information, I'll do a follow-up piece.
Nodding, I'll say, I understand, and if I get more information, well, depending on what it is, and you have to understand, I'm not making any promises here, but I may consider, well, I may consider letting you make it known.
Fair enough.
Now, if there's anything you can tell me that's not in this report that might help,
I won't give up my
I would
sources.
appreciate it. I'm not asking. Arif's gonna look actually a little exasperated at that and say, "I'm not asking you for your source. That's." But is there anywhere? Is there a lead that you can give me that you maybe have been truncated on, or is there an avenue with which I could start? Could you save me some time?
Secret like this, the only ladder you got to go is up.
Uh, Laughing, I'll say, well, in that case, you're not friends with the president, are you?
No, but considering this information is mostly comes from Starfleet, I even doubt that the president of the Federation even knows. Though I
Well,
did try to get an interview with Captain Prax, and well, she just blew me off. So
well, uh, sorry, give me 2 seconds. I'm just looking at this one more time. Nope, that's gonna change what I have to say. I'm gonna say, well, to be honest with you, if I don't know about this and I'm the commander of 17, it's highly possible that this might even be above captains. Um, are there any admirals that you can ask, or maybe ones that owe you favors?
I asked Admiral Keller, and he kicked me out of his office, saying I was wasting his time.
Yeah. Admiral, you should have done a little bit more research, Miss Chambers. I'm sorry. Admiral Keller has been an admiral for like 20 minutes.
There is something there. I know it. I know whoever the expedition is part of it. And God knows whatever ships are as well. I mean, why were all their logs redacted?
Um, that's, well, shrugging a little bit. I'll say most of the times when that happens, in my experience, the DTI gets involved, and that's never a fun day.
That sounds like a story. More than happy to tell it for you.
Not everything I say is a story.
There's
Not
always a
everything.
story, Commander. Just gotta know where to look.
Well, how about a human interest story? Here we are, surrounded in this age of technological and scientific wonder. And do you know what I'm gonna spend my off time doing, Miss Chambers?
Does it have to do something with the lumber that's in your office?
Miss Chambers, it has to do something with the lumber that's in my office. I'm gonna carve a desk. Now, think about how touching of a story that could be to everyone back on a planet that yearns to be among the stars but just can't yet. That even those that are there to and able to reach out and touch them prefer to do the simple activities that they themselves are able to do.
Touching story. Unfortunately, I unless you wanted to go to the back page, try to write front page news. Sorry, Commander. Um, Thank you for the croissants and coffee. I have a story to publish.
Indeed, you do. Thank you for letting me read it, and at least trusting me to. I don't, and I'm just gonna shrug and whatever you assumed was gonna happen to you.
Oh, I assume nothing's going to happen to me. It's whether or not you crush my story or not. That's what I'm more worried about. Have a good day.
Be well.
And she took the pad when she left.
Wasn't this a pickle? Arif is conflicted.
What?
Arif stands conflicted.
What is Arif doing?
I'm not gonna place her under arrest. There's nothing in this that, quite frankly, is overly. You know what? I'm not gonna do a thing. I think I'll be honest. I do think that uh, looking at the article and reading the article, uh, I think that it is ex- explosive, but I think it's something that's easily rebuttable by Starfleet's own propaganda. So I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna let her go, and well, I'm gonna go back up to my office and wait for the shitstorm.
As Alpha Shift starts coming to a close and Arif returns to his office, any other roleplay you guys wish to do?
Carol wants to see what he can find about this Foundation Research Institute.
That is for another day.
Uh, can I at least get a picture of Satra to compare it to what?
Don't
Or is
have.
it-
It's another day.
The only other role play we've talked to Garibaldi wants to talk to Arif for a moment, and possibly Dr. Mountain, depending on how that conversation goes.
All right.
Chirpy, chirpy, chirp.
Enter.
Everybody opens the door and then tries to find a place to stand among all the lumber. So, Commander, your office is a mess, sir.
That it is GQ, but soon enough my office will have a beautiful handmade desk. And, well, quite frankly, I have plenty of lumber even after the paneling, so uh if you want one, just ask.
I'll keep that in mind, Commander. I have a concern, sir.
What are
Beyond the
you
fact that this Dr. Sartre has escaped me, I've asked Dr. Mountain multiple times to tell me the substance of his research with Dr. Sartre. He's claiming doctor-patient confidentiality. From some of his comments, I'm not sure I believe him, and I think it's important that we find out. I'd like to request that you bring him in here and order him to reveal what he knows.
Uh, Nodding, I'll say I'd prefer not to order him from the start, but we'll let us see let us see if it gets to that. Is there anything you can tell me about this other doctor's past that may be, well, nefarious?
All I know for right now, sir, is that she's a researcher attached to an agency known as the Foundation Research Institute. I can find no records on this woman other than that. And somehow she managed to get on, and I assume off this station without us knowing, despite the security lockdown I put on. And between you and me, the computer console in my office has been bugged.
Um,
Something's going
nodding,
on.
nodding at that, I'm gonna hit my comm badge and say, Arif to Dr. Mountain.
Dr. Martin.
Doctor, if you could come up to my office, please.
Sure. Let me finish up what I'm doing, and I'll be right up.
Thank you. And once the channel's closed, I'll look back to Garibaldi and say, and you think that she's the one that bugged your office?
Near as I can tell, my own people bugged my office, sir.
Well, frowning at that, he said, Arif's gonna say, wait, you mean your people or the station officers?
Starfleet Intelligence, Commander.
Oh, well, at least that's a relief. Have you, well, has,
I contacted Starfleet Intelligence before I locked down the station, and in as vague a terms as I could, asked them to verify if there was some operation on this going on in this station involving Dr. Irisaka that I needed to keep my nose out of. It was flatly told out there was nothing going on. If Starfleet Intelligence is up to something that they wanted to keep secret from me, they probably should have just ordered me to keep my mouth shut, sir.
well, do you think it could be potentially you have taken some shore leave recently? I think we both know it probably wasn't relaxing.
It was most certainly relaxing, sir.
And where'd you find the weapon from Amathi's report?
That is unrelated. Has to do with my investigation into the Trill child.
How's that going?
Frustrating, Captain Commander. I was hoping that particular weapon would produce a lead of some sort for me, but it didn't. I've got one more avenue to chase down, but today's events sidetracked me.
Well, if you need any help with that avenue, just let me know.
I appreciate it. Just well, let's just say, you remember that order? Remember when you ordered me not to get myself killed?
Oh, you're still here?
It was kind of a close thing. Or I could have very easily been killed while I was on Trill. I'd like to play this one a little close to my chest. Not sure it's related to this thing. At least I hope not. But the visitor, so Vogel told you about that, right? I had a visitor in my office. He knew about my trip to Trill.
Well, that's one up on me.
He also hinted, I think, that he knows where I got that weapon. I'm not sure about that. I'm guessing there. But he certainly knew about my visit to Trill and what I was doing there. He knew about where I went and who I went there with. So maybe it is connected.
Um,
I think we need to know what Dr. Mountain knows, sir.
I think you're right. Hopefully he'll be forthcoming.
Well, he wasn't forthcoming with me. I'm hoping he'll be forthcoming with you.
I really don't want to. I really don't know. I want to have to pull intelligence protocols and take him into custody, sir.
That's not gonna happen. Arif's gonna say, holding his hand up. Enter.
Gentlemen,
Doctor?
any luck, Lieutenant?
Your guest cannot be found on the station.
Okay.
She had some means of avoiding all our security systems, and despite all of my efforts, the only time while she was on the station that I could trace her location was when she was with you, Doctor. That means she was able to infiltrate a Starfleet installation without leaving any trace of her presence. After I talked to you, I contacted my superiors at Starfleet Intelligence, Doctor. They have no record of her being here. And my other commanding officer gave me their word that there was nothing covert going on in the station involving that name that I needed to keep my nose out of. I need to know what you know, Doctor. It's very possible that you have unwittingly been involved in a threat to the Federation. What were you and Dr. Sartre working on?
Well, first of all, I gave my word that I would tell my superior officer that this information.
You gave that word to a non-Starfleet personnel, to a civilian.
I understand, and that's why I made the caveat by talking to you.
If
You are not my commanding officer or my superior.
Commander Arif?
If I may, Doctor, and I'm gonna kind of embarrassingly look to where there's no chairs and kind of offer one of the logs as I kind of lean onto my desk. I'm gonna say, please, Doctor, pop up for a minute, will you?
Excuse me. What?
Um, I'm, I'm basically uh, I'm gonna say, Doctor, it's not quite as simple as Garibaldi has said. Um, and there may be another event, and quite frankly, it may very easily be connected, and we're not very sure. And Arif's gonna sigh as he says, I'm gonna have to inform you of some events that, well, have taken place on both on the station and off the station
In
recently.
relation
However,
to this scientist, doctor?
I'm ruling nothing out.
Understood.
That being said, before I tell you, you should know that, well, not only would talking about this be exceedingly bad, but, well, quite frankly, even knowing this would is considered, certainly in your case, well, against regulations and perhaps the law.
So, do I not want to hear this information? Or do I not acknowledge that you're telling me this?
I'm giving you the choice. I think it's very serious, Doctor, and I'm willing to make the call and read you in. However, if you're uncomfortable with that,
I
I
mean,
would hope that you would believe me when I say it's possible that your knowledge is exceedingly important.
I will take the risk to learn it.
And I'm going to go through my Omega spiel and the whole thing with
Fascinating.
Miss Chambers. And I'm going to concentrate on the leak. And I'm going to say, Doctor, the fact of the matter is, I don't think the leak came from anyone on this station,
I
but
think you're getting two stuff mixed up. The Garibaldi is talking about a completely
no,
separate incident
no.
compared to the
Well, I'm hoping the doctor, I can get Dr. Mountain a
Right.
little mixed up between the two, to be honest.
That's fair.
I
I know what your intention is.
Okay. And I'm gonna say, well, I don't think it was anyone here. The fact that you're, whatever, I think we both know that, or we all know that whatever you're working on is potentially exceedingly dangerous. This may or may not be connected. We just need to know because, Doctor, I know you're a man of your word, but the fact is there's almost 3,600 people on the station presently, and I
Commander,
gave my
I appreciate and understand the gravity of your situation, and I can assure you that what I worked on has absolutely nothing to do with this so-called Omega protocol. You said, to my knowledge, that I have no idea. As to your leak, perhaps somebody who has been in proximity to the reporter. Um, that might be over the pale to track somebody, but we did that already. That didn't help, but hopefully there's nobody else on the station that's not supposed to be here. We can't even know that. But I can assure you, both of you, that what I worked on is medically relevant and not pertaining to this article at all, or
but
the
you can
leak.
surely you can agree that we need to find this doctor.
Yeah, it's alarming to me that the, they're able to slip security through this station. Um, I think um, she seemed normal to me. She didn't seem like especially um, digging deeper into the workings of the station or security matters or anything like that. Not even, we had a brief conversation over lunch and basically about what we were working on, and none of it would pertain to whatever you're speaking of. I can assure you that it is important to me. And Garibaldi, here is I was actually sort of offered a position with this thing called you call it the Foundation, I guess. And I can tell you briefly a little bit about what I know of her. She's from Earth, France. She is a cyberneticist, and um, what else can I say? And the research is fascinating and important. And I asked her to put a good word in to someone in the foundation in case I wanted to uh, expand my career track, as it were, or possibilities. Um, and so that might be something that you could utilize to get more information. I personally probably wouldn't want to join them because of the secretiveness of what they do all the time. But well, not all the time, I don't know. But the secretiveness of their operations. So, but if they have been around for a while, since Wolf 359, then they've pretty much everywhere in the Federation. So I could imagine that they could be an alternate or at least an intelligence operation. I don't know any other information. I'm speculating, really, but I hope that at least assuages some of your fears.
Actually, Doctor, it makes me more concerned.
How so? I mean, for about me or in general?
About the nature of your research for this doctor.
Okay.
I find that I don't even know what you're doing. But anything done by a shadowy secret organization is suspect. Clearly, someone that can slip past our security protocols. Someone who didn't properly identify themselves to you. Do they ever show you identification? Do they ever show you anything to prove that they worked for Starfleet? And was the nature of your research anything that could come back and bite the Federation in the behind? That could cause danger to the Federation?
Right. Possibly. I mean, any technology can be used for certain whatevers by anybody. So I understand that. Yes. Well, let me see. The the procedure and information that they have that they did was on the console in Medbay 3. They applied some protocols to the console to isolate it so that we could do the research using their data that they provided. And so that might be a spot to trace what they did to it, at least. I don't know what they did or how they did it, but that's a start. There might be a fingerprint or something like that on the device itself. But I don't have any of that research. I don't know. I got lost in the idea of it and maybe overstepped my uh, judgment a little bit. However, maybe is the answer, but not, I don't think directly.
Everybody will just look at Reef.
Let's look at the console. Then let's take a look at our next step.
Yes, sir. Just
What?
Commander, I should tell you I'll be calling a full report with my superiors at Starfleet Intelligence.
Yes, I think closing the gap in security here would be prudent, especially with so many people coming in and out.
Yes, Doctor, and it may be prudent not to help that in the future.
I had no idea that they were uncatchable.
Neither did I with this sharp look at Garibaldi.
They're good, Commander. They got past me.
So they did.
Well, they're either good or I need to go back to counseling. One of the two.
Oh,
Couldn't hurt.
Let's see how this ends up with the console, and well, quite frankly, yeah, you may. I'll say with the chuckle.
Well, hopefully we can get this resolved, and I can give you the information I promised not to give you. But if the loophole has to be said, then I can at least give it to Garibaldi, per my promise. What he does with the information will be up to him.
Of course. Of course. I understand completely.
Anyway,
Well, Doctor, just remember, from someone who's done it, I mean, I understand a man of integrity always doing what he thinks is the right thing. Just remember that when you're wrong, the blood doesn't wash off your hands.
believe me, there's been more blood on my hands than you probably have seen in your lifetime. At least this one.
I'll chuckle at that to myself, knowing that they're both children.
I just happen to be I'm the older child, thank you very much. Just kidding.
Yes, ha, old man.
I'm 37, I'm not old.
To speed things along, there is nothing at the console, and then transfer new information.
And
Not the information, but how it was changed, maybe.
Security protocols embedded deep into the essentially operating system. So
Yeah, my bet was going to be I could spend 4 determination and not find anything.
yeah, it's hardwired. So
Well, there's always Garibaldi's other secret plan is to make enough of a stink that Mr. Mystery comes back and identifies himself.
anyway, to speed things along, a certain story breaks out all over Federation news.
not my fault.
What does it say?
I'm trying not
Pretty
to
much.
read it or not to you guys over thing. So why not? Hidden dangers or a disastrous cover-up by Kate Chambers. While Federation citizens take Starfleet's word for fact, and even my own colleagues who seek out the truth wherever it may be, don't hesitate to take Starfleet at their word. And why should we doubt the members of Starfleet who have dedicated themselves to the discovery of truth? While I would discredit the information that has been leaked to me as pure work of fiction, however, the more I searched, the more questions I got than answers. What only has been known for a few, and even starship captains take this information to their graves. What is the secret? What's such information that is devastating to our very lives that is needed to keep from the public at large? The Omega Directive. A directive that even supersedes the Prime Directive itself, the holy grail to Starfleet ideology, according to my source. As of writing this article, my sources within Starfleet have declined to comment or know nothing about it. The information I was able to gather is that this Omega Directive is the result of some sort of particle, that all the information on it is removed instantly from record. This information came to me shortly after Starfleet downgraded the hazardous area known as the Ebon Expanse recently. Yet, they have decreed the area within 5 light years of the center of the expanse off limits. What does the Ebon Expanse have to do with the Omega Directive? Well, the only 2 vessels that journey to the center of the Ebon Expanse has their logs and records redacted or sealed away from even the members within Starfleet intelligence. We only know the fact that these vessels have journeyed there because of the departure logs from Deep Space 17, the USS Expedition, and the IKS Yatem. My source pointed out to me that the fact that another region of space in the Lataru sector, which is known for its subspace ruptures and unstable subspace, similar to the Ebon Expanse. Going back centuries of space travel logs within the Lataru sector, it wasn't until the mid-23rd century that the Lataru sector became so hazardous and impossible to travel through. Other similar are the subspace ruptures that extend several light years in both regions. While we may never know what happened in the Lataru sector 100 years ago, and we never truly know what happened in the Ebon Expanse, but it's clear that these 2 regions have something in common. Starfleet doesn't want you to know. It's more evident than ever that Starfleet needs to tell us the truth of what the Omega Directive is. Many Federation citizens have lost their lives in the ebon expanse, attempting to aid others who were caught in its wake of destruction. And untold civilizations have been lost as a result. How long does Starfleet wish to keep us in the dark? Or what are they trying to cover up? Is Starfleet truly the noble steed that protects us? How many rogue admirals and operatives within Starfleet have attempted coups in the recent decade? And how many more are still yet to come? It's clear that Starfleet in recent years have only acted in the benefit of itself. Maybe it's time for a change. Maybe the Federation Council needs to hold Starfleet accountable for their actions. End of speech.
Uh-oh.
That is it. Kate Chambers' article.
Well, Admiral Keller's not going to have a great day.
A little free roleplay before we end tonight's session. So anything you guys wish to do before we start wrapping up the session?
Oh,
No, not roleplay wise. Your
unless
body will
anyone wants.
get back to what he was sidetracked from next time, I guess.
I'm assuming everyone retires for the evening.
After looking longingly at the lumber, yes.
Dr. Mountain's going to make a secure private log regarding as much information as he could retain in his brain regarding the subject matter at hand that he had in his hand.
All right.
Just have that a record for himself or a record. I think.
Okay. As everyone turns in for a good night rest.
You're welcome, Jerry Bobby.
Before we close out tonight's session, Vogel, you awake to find that your whole body is stiff and you're not in the comforts of your own bed.
Yay.
You find a man in a metal suit looking over you as the force field hums between you and the man in the suit.
I'm going to try to speak.
You can talk.
Where am I? Who are you?
The man says nothing as a small thing opens up and he drops a plate in your cell and closes the field. Eat.
What is this place? As he struggles to move against whatever force field there is.
8.
Not until you tell me what's going on.
You know what crime you've committed? It's not for me to say. The king will have words with you. And he walks off.
I'm going to try to figure out what this place is.
It is. Give me insight con difficulty 2.
Spend all that moment.
I plan on it.
There's actually 4 because this is a scene change. Sorry. Because this is
Alright,
the
I'll
final
spend-
scene.
I'll spend 3 of it.
Alright. Get 1 back. You definitely feel the vibration, like a slight vibration and a little bit of hum. You believe that you're in some sort of cell on a starship, potentially at warp. Been on enough starships to know the slight hums and quirks of a vessel.
Press comm badge for desperation.
You don't have your comm badge on you. But you are wearing your sleepwear that you would normally wear to going to bed.
Oh, so I was abducted. Sweet. Did I recognize the person's race, or were they like
No.
covered?
They weren't covered. Like you, the person seemed very like pale, but they were wearing like armored suits. And it had very like stiff movements when it walked. Like almost robotic like.
Well, I'm going to look for a way to try to escape, and I'm not going to eat anything until they tell me what the hell is going on.
As you look away, escape, you notice that the plate is slightly moving with all of the the items on the plate are moving, and with all the leafy greens and fruit that are on it. And with that, we will end today's session.